the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're
Shalom,
from.
shalom, my brothers and sisters.
The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
Shalom, shalom, shalom,
To a
shalom.
land where no mankind dwelt, we went.
Come on in, hit the like button now, hit the like button, come on.
Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us
At gunpoint.
together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gatherer in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans.
Praise the highest.
Gathering in Israel. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. The highest gathering in Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters, the Most High's gather in Israel. I'm Elder Rikar Shiar here with our weekly Blog Talk YouTube broadcast. I hope you all are doing fine. Yes, the brothers and sisters who witnessed what we've witnessed last weekend, this Passover. That's right. We're on cloud 12. Oh, man, you see the title of our broadcast this evening. And I want you all to chime in. As you can see, the curse of holiday celebrations. And I wanted to talk about that after experiencing the Passover and see how so many of our people, as was prophesied in the Bible, celebrated Passover last weekend, which was a sign that our people are actually coming back to the God who made us. Instead of holidays, the children of Israel have begun again to celebrate the holy days written of in Scripture. Yes, I had to talk about this evening. The curse of holiday celebrations, how it was prophesied in the Bible that a key curse that can actually highlight a cursed people is when they follow holidays that was given to them from their captors. Okay, not voluntarily or freely following a God. Okay, and being able to reference or back up the God you serve out of the book you're reading. That there was a curse that would come upon a particular people that they would be forced to serve. That's right, the gods of the Gentile nations who have enslaved them. So when we witness what we seen at the Passover, it was what? A spiritual phenomenon from the heavens, showing forth God's prophecies, fulfilling his oath that he would give back to Israel, the children of promise, our people, the days which connects us, the people on earth, God's chosen people, with the true creator of all. With the true creator of all. So I'm going to go into a few scriptures, but before I do that, let me apologize for no broadcast. There was no broadcast last week. I know a lot of you have been waiting in the wings, but AC, our main producer behind the scenes, put up an announcement that we would actually be back. The elders and us would be back this week to pick up from where we left off at, okay? There was no broadcast last week. We're in preparation for the Passover. Hey, man, what a good time. But we're here. We'll be here for Patreon. Sabbath, we'll end the Passover Sabbath this coming Saturday sundown. And the Academy boots up again this coming Sunday. So if you're interested in this, because yes, we're making it a full Passover week. So I would be amiss, or we would be amiss as a church, if we didn't talk about what? Christianity deception. How they use Christianity's doctrine to push pagan holidays, as well as have people in the earth follow fallen gods and goddesses. We'll be going into that this coming Sunday. If you follow the virgin birth in the context that the Western world is teaching it, you are following fallen gods and goddesses. And we'll be talking about that, a lot of it tonight, but we're going to really highlight it with the research, the Hebrew. We're going to be going into the history of modern day Christianity, how they went from Babylonian to Mithraism after our people fell in 70 AD, replaced Mithraism with modern day Christianity, okay? Which is the curse we're under now. So if you believe in the virgin birth as constituted in modern day Christianity, you are following, unbeknownst to yourself, fallen gods and goddesses. It has nothing to do with Mary, and it has nothing to do with Christ. Yes. Was Christ born of a virgin? Absolutely. But in the context of how the Bible describes a virgin, being married or unmarried. There's a difference. There's virgins who actually, that's right, in the Bible context, that have had intercourse with a man. That and more will be broken down. And also, we're going to go into the councils, the Council of Nicaea, as well as the councils that were had after the fall of our people in Jerusalem amongst the Romans, in an effort to push an ancient Babylonian virgin birth of Semiramis, how they purposely omitted the history, that's right, and the chronology of kings linking to Joseph, the father of Christ. I'm going into all that and more this coming Sunday. Whether you hear or forbear, the virgin birth as today instituted through the Catholic Church is a pagan ideology that's pushed through Jesuits. Okay? And I'm going to go into that. They've lied about everything. Everything. Do me a favor, hit the like button, please, brothers and sisters. Come on now. I know we're behind because a lot of people weren't in here last week, but you don't want to miss this broadcast. And if you think that we're just making this up, that the holidays such as Easter and others are pagan, well, maybe you'll hear the enemy. Okay? Through the lesser magic, your enemy, through media, has told everyone the truth concerning Easter. All right? Check out your screen before I bring in Elder Lawyer. Check out your screen. For those who believe that Easter is the day that Christ rose from the grave, give me a break. Give me a break. The pagans are telling you outright, fair use for educational use only. There's a series that has now been canceled called American Gods, brothers and sisters. American Gods, where they highlight the fact that gods from the old world were moved into America once it was discovered to create the new world. Okay? It highlights the ritual sacrifices and occultism America and or the Western world is built on. But in the midst of that, American Gods Season 1 so happens to have a clip where the gods come together to celebrate Astereth or Easter, the goddess of fertility. The goddess of fertility. Now, I'm not making this up. Let's see exactly what they have to say about your modern day Easter. Through media, they're actually telling you the truth, that Easter has absolutely nothing to do with Christ. Fair use. And I'm going to stop it in between so that we don't get a strike or nothing with this. Fair use. This is used for educational purposes only.
Shadow, allow me to impart some wisdom. There's far too many secret societies out there. They have no loyalty.
Hold
no
up.
Love. They range from...
She said, allow me to impart some wisdom. There's many secret societies out there. This is Astereth right here, brothers and sisters. This is Astereth. She says, allow me to impart some wisdom. Right? Let's do it again. For those who didn't hear that.
Dear sweet shadow, allow me to impart some wisdom. There's far too many secret societies out there. They have no loyalty and no love. They range from barely competent to deeply dangerous.
You don't sound like one of us.
I'm not one of you.
Oh, yes, you are. You're as forgotten, as unloved, and as unremembered as any of us.
I'm doing just fine. Happy Easter. Christ has risen. Hello, boys.
Happy Easter. Christ has risen.
Now, you were before these assholes were born. Until the day that Jesus Christ crawled out of his stinky old grave, folks would paint eggs with dandelions and paprika for her to exchange.
Before Christ rose out of the grave, they would paint dandelions and eggs for her, Astereth.
As gifts at the first sign of spring in her name, Astara.
They still do.
What's her name? Astara. Yeah, they're not holding anything back anymore.
Astara.
They still do. They still do. On my festival days, they still feast on eggs and rabbit and candy, and they do it in my name.
Serious question, my dear. I've no doubt that millions upon millions exchange tokens and observe the rituals of your festival, all down to the hunting of the hidden eggs. But does anybody pray in your name? Do they say it in worship? Oh, they mouth your name, but they've no idea what it means. None whatsoever. Same every spring. You do all the work, he gets all the prayers.
What
You do all the work and he gets all the prayers, Asterisk.
has gotten into you?
I feel terrible about this.
No.
It's her day. You took it. You.
Now, mind you, 2 lies hooked at the arms. They lied on every level concerning these holy days. They put up a white criminal by the name of Cedric Bogiers to be Jesus Christ, and Christ wasn't a white man. Now that we found out he's a black man, they're coming out on American Gods and saying, well, that white guy we put up is a lie. Really, the whole earth, led by the Western world, the Roman Catholic Church, was worshiping Asterisk, the goddess of fertility, the whole time.
Crucified her day. When they started following you, everybody else got burned. In your name. Happy fucking Easter!
Happy what? Happy Easter, all of you. Your pastors have lied to you. The Roman Catholic Church has lied to you. Christ didn't rise on a Sunday. He was given up before the Passover. We just celebrated the Passover. Now that we have gotten the truth, Satan is outright telling everyone everywhere that the whole time you in the Christian church was worshiping him and the goddesses under him. Oh, forgers of lies, forgers of lies. Now, before I bring Elder Lawyer in, okay, that's right, I'm bringing him in. Do we have a broadcast for you this evening, brothers and sisters? Look at that. Oh, yeah. American Gods dropped so many jewels. It's their lesser magic to let you know what's really coming to the forefront. The gods we've been worshiping in this earth under paganism has come to the forefront. Okay, stop believing the political agendas. Politicians, religious leaders, all of them are controlled by who? The fallen gods, who are soon to be judged with the empires they have constructed. Now, let's show you all what a real holy day looks like. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Elder Gabar, when I first came back to do one of the first Passovers back in the States, 2016, Elder Gabar seen me sing and do a few things. He was like, dang, Elder, I didn't know you had moves like that. I'm like, well, we Israel, right? A little flavor, it's okay. But I didn't know Elder Gabar had moves. Check it out. After the Passover was broken down in Pittsburgh, all the brothers and sisters came together, all 12 tribes, and was having a good time while Ephraim was playing the hymns and drums. All right, here go Elder Gabar. Elder Gabar and his wife. Check it out. Sister Desiree. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, Elder Gabar, I see you. Elder Lawyer, what do you think about last weekend or this weekend with the Passover?
Yes, sir. First and foremost, I want to say shalom to all who are present and viewing this currently, as well as those who will be watching this a bit later. Also, I want to say shalom to all those who were in attendance in this last Passover that we just celebrated this last week. Very powerful celebration. And some of the feedback I've been getting specifically, people have been stating that this has been the best Passover that they have ever experienced. All praises be to the Most High. And I would probably have to say that I agree. I would have to say I agree. The energy in the building was just different. Obviously, this is coming off of a lot of the drama that has been going on the past few years with the campaign, so on and so forth, which kind of prohibited us from being able to really celebrate in this fashion. Now, obviously, we had one the year before, which was also a very beautiful Passover, very great. But there was just something about this one that was it was just unexplainable. The magnificence of it, the love of it, the various events surrounding it, getting the opportunity to go and actually purchase and get some of the products that were being sold by brothers and sisters who have various businesses through the network. All the way from that point, all the way up until the final day of the Passover, and just all of the the play and just everything was magnificent. So all praise to the Most High for that.
Okay, all right. And I'll tell you this, Elder Lawyer, I give a round of applause for that. I'm still on the wave, the spiritual high that came with seeing our people congregate, right? There was no fear in the building whatsoever. It seems like there was no trace of any fear of this this campaign, this cough crap. And like you were saying, it seems as if out of all the holy days, there was a significant spirit that was different than any. As we come closer to the kingdom, it seems like through the holidays, the holy days, the Most High is drawing us closer and closer together in celebration. Right?
Right.
So that leads me to this. The curse of holiday celebrations is our... someone just sent me something. Hold on. Let me get that. The curse of holiday celebrations is the topic. Now, some people might say, well, what you mean the curse of holiday celebrations? Celebrations, Christmas and Sunday worship and Easter is a time of tradition, love, family. How could that possibly be a curse when holidays makes so many people happy, right? So the question, Elder Lawyer, if someone was to ask you, what would you mean when you say the curse of a holiday celebration? Elder Lawyer, I'm going to ask you a question right out, and we're going to pose this question for brothers and sisters who might come in. And I think James just sent me something real quick. How would you quantify that? How is it? How is it that holidays, which makes children happy, it brings family together and friends together, how can that be determined a curse if it makes those who participate feel good about life, family, God, Christ? How would you now, and mind you, brothers and sisters, purposely what I do, I frame these particular questions spontaneously, the same way I react to the news. There's no pre-prepping, asking Elder Lawyer questions, because I would like to hear him, organically out of the spirit answer, so that you'll know that, let me tell you, there's no teleprompters in front of us. All right? Because I need the natural reaction out of the spirit. Why? When we're interacting with brothers and sisters who may come up with these same questions, there's no room for preparation. So if I'm going to make a blatant statement that holidays in America taught to our people are a curse, we should be able to respond back with an answer that would edify and give understanding. Elder Lawyer, Christmas felt good growing up. Anticipating the gifts and what our parents was going to give us. It was once a year where our family didn't have to work and we could come together. How can you claim, or anyone claim in this church or in the earth, that following holidays in America or in the world is a curse? Elder Lawyer, how would you answer to that?
Well, I would answer that first and foremost by just referring back to a statement that we often make in relationship to holidays. And that statement is this: holidays are synonymous with holy days, mean exactly the same thing. And as with any holy day, even if you go back to the holy day of the Bible, outside of just the festivities and the celebrations and the joyous noise of music and feasting and gladness, outside of those things, there was always a spiritual significance to each of the holy days that were being celebrated in the Bible. Well, the question is, what is the spiritual significance outside of what makes you happy, outside of the turkey, outside of the ham, outside of the celebration of love and family, outside of the gifts and all the other festivities that come with your particular holiday? What is the spiritual significance of the holiday that you're celebrating? And can you show that significance in the Bible? For example, if you're celebrating Christmas, you're claiming that this is Christ's birthday. Can you show the celebration of Christmas in the Bible? And if so, or if not, why are you celebrating it? And what is the spiritual significance to a holy day such as Christmas? And I would reference that or refer to that because if you can't show those particular things, if you're celebrating a holiday or a holy day, which has no significance in the Bible, then that in itself shows the sign of a curse, okay, as well as a cursed people. Only people who have a culture, people who have laws, people who have commandments and things of that nature in association with the Bible would celebrate holy days that have an association or a significance in the Bible. If you're celebrating anything outside of the Bible, that in itself is the sign of a curse.
Okay. Great explanation, Elder Lawyer. All right. But then they'll ask, well, what makes the days you follow better? At the end of the day, it's giving reference to God. It's giving respect to family. And even this is what they'll come back with. How is it? What would make your celebration greater, or how can your celebration be recognized above my Easter, my Christmas, my Ramadan? What makes your days better? And how is it that when you celebrate my days, it's a curse? Let me deal with this real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Amos. Let's go where the Most High says, I despise your feast days. Let's get it real quick.
Amos, yes, sir. Amos 5:21.
Read it. Amos 5:21. See, Christians, or those who believe in the Bible, must study the show themselves approved. Why? If you cannot substantiate your beliefs in holy days and your worships according to the book you claim to believe in, understand that spirit in of itself creates an undercurrent of what? Atheist beliefs, atheist thinking. Because if you can't substantiate the days that you believe in, bringing forth the gospel as an ambassador, how can you, in good faith, expect others to believe in the book you claim to uphold? So an atheist will look at you knowing the history of Easter, understanding the history of Christmas, and say outright, you don't even believe in the book you're following, because the book has clear holy days in the Bible that they relate to what? The Jews today, the white Jews. They'll say, well, even the white Jews are in name following the holy days in the Old Testament, which is written in the Bible. Even Christ celebrated the holy days of the Old Testament, knowing that the New Testament outright wasn't constructed or put together during the time of Christ. So any holy days that he was following were written of in the Old Testament. Even the disciples, they was following the holy days in the Bible. Now, if someone would have seen Christ or the disciples, Elder Lawyer, following Christmas, Easter, or any pagan days established by the Romans, outright, the believers in that day would have outright did what? Highlighted the fact that the disciples could not be teaching the truth. Okay? If they had Sunday worship, Christmas, Easter. See? And it was the holy days written of in the Bible that actually, folks, highlighted the difference of believers and unbelievers. Read it real quick, Elder Lawyer. Let's go.
Amos 5:21. I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies.
Even God said in the Bible, I hate and I despise your feast days. Why? Because we as a people began to follow Gentile ways with pagan feasts, pagan festivals. Okay? That was written in the Old Testament. These days were forbidden by the children of God. We began to follow the holy days according to the Gentile nations. What are Gentile nations? Heathens, non-Israelites, accursed, disobedient people who need what? Order. Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
Amos 5:21. I despise your feast days.
And I despise your feast days. Read.
And I will not smell in your solemn assemblies.
And I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. So when you come together for Easter, for Sunday worship, the Most High he doesn't care how you feel if it's not in line with what? His command concerning a feast day or feast days he established between him and his people. See? He don't care how people feel. Well, it's a day in which my family can get together and it's all love. No, that's you. But don't try to bring God into it, not the God of Israel. If you cannot go into the Bible and show Sunday worship out of the Bible, if you cannot show Passover, if you cannot show Easter without it being Passover in the New Testament. So if it's not the Most High, knowing that there's only two masters, Christ made it clear. There's only two masters. Either you'll love one and hate the other. There is no gray area for celebration. Either you're worshiping God in spirit and in truth, or you're worshiping the devil. 1 Corinthians 10 and 20, Elder Lawyer. First Corinthians 10 and 20. New Testament.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 10, verse 20.
Now, Elder Lawyer. Now, the
Yes,
reason
sir.
why I'm going to 1 Corinthians 10 and 20, right? In particular, the reason I'm going here, Elder Lawyer, is because Christians will say, God know my heart. Outright. God know my heart. Even if I don't know any better, God know that I'm celebrating and I'm doing the best I could to serve God with pure intent. And God know my heart. Well,
Right.
yeah, that's no problem. God does know your heart. He know your heart, but do you know his? See, but that's the question. Do you know his heart? See, his heart is saying, well, at least study to show thyself approved. Go into the Bible and understand that what the devil is a liar and will deceive you into following him. And will have the world follow him to hell by not acknowledging me on purpose. So it's upon you holding that book to know, go in the Bible. Don't say you know God's heart and you're dealing with Sunday worship. When the God of that same Bible you read says, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. And that wasn't meant for just Jews or Israelites. The whole world was supposed to follow that. The whole world. Adam, the father of all creation, was given a command, Genesis, the 2nd chapter, to hallow the seventh day. Now, the laws were given to Israel to give to the world, but it wasn't just, well, if I'm not an Israelite or a Jew, I can be heathenistic and follow God as I will. That wasn't God's intent. His intent was to send the light through the law so that our people would be a light to the Gentiles, to give them what? The correct path back to our Creator. Read that, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 10 and 20. But I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God.
They sacrifice to devils and not to God. That's why it's upon the individual to go into the Bible to check and do the research concerning the origin of holidays. Doesn't matter. Most I ain't dealing with what you feel. Where in the Bible does it say follow any day you feel? And you're not doing it strictly on how you feel. You're following a day that was given to you by who? Satanist. And they made it what? They made it simple or easy to follow by doing what? Turning those holy days into Sabbaths. Where not too many people working on those days, not much business, so it can be convenient enough to actually worship Satan. But the Bible highlights these holy days, including Easter, as what? Days of the Gentiles, celebrations of the Gentiles. They're Satan's holy days. Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 10 and 20. But I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. And I would not that ye should have fellowship with devils.
And I should not that you would have fellowship with devils. When is Easter, Elder Lawyer? When is it coming? Huh?
Easter. I have to look that one up. Let me see.
I'm glad you forgot it, brother.
Sure.
Showing that the Most High have delivered you from the curse.
Yes, sir. April 17th.
April 17th is their so-called Easter. According to an equinox that they recreated and rebranded under the Catholic Church. It's not even the real equinox. Okay. April 17th, they'll have themselves an Easter. The celebration of the goddess, a star. Okay. Now, your Christian pastors, Elder Lawyer, will come and claim, well, it's the reason for the season. Christ rose from the dead. An impossibility that he rose from the dead on Sunday. A mathematical impossibility. Mathematically. First of all, why would you call the day that Christ was crucified Good Friday? Only a Satanist would call that a Good Friday. A day where the Romans and others crucified the Savior of the world. So it's good for the Romans. Why? Celebrating the death of the man who will one day judge them. But let's do a little math, Elder Lawyer. No one counts the day you're in. It tell you that Christ would be in the earth, right? The belly of the earth, 3 nights and 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights. If he was crucified before Friday sundown, coming in Friday sundown, let's count it. Saturday sundown would be 1 day. You can't count a day unless it's complete. Sunday sundown would be 2 days. Monday sundown would be 3 days. From Friday to Saturday sundown would be a complete 24 hours. That's 1 day. Saturday to Sunday would be a complete 24 hours. That would be 2 days. Sunday to Monday sundown would be a what? Complete 3 days. And Christ would eventually he would be seen on the Tuesday afterward amongst those who witnessed his what? His resurrection. A mathematical impossibility. You cannot get 3 days between Friday and Sunday, which means what? Christ did not rise on Easter Sunday. They're liars. The goddess Ashtoreth was worshipped on so-called Easter Sunday before Christ was born, and during Christ's life, the pagans were worshiping Easter Sunday. The Babylonians before that. The Babylonians were before that. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's now let's now go into some of the trickery of the pagan masters over slaves today. The pagan masters over slaves. The lies. The only place you can find the word Easter in the Bible, brothers and sisters, is Acts 12:4. Elder Lawyer, oh yeah, we're going to school just a little bit today. You know, we're really going to go into the Christian deception this coming Sunday. But the only place you can find the word Easter is in the book of Acts, which is really what? It was one word that the Romans injected in the Bible. It doesn't make the Bible untrue. You were supposed to study to show thyself approved, because why? In the original Greek is the true word. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Acts, the 12th chapter and the 4th verse. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. Acts 12:4. And when he had apprehended him, he put him in prison and delivered him to 4 quaternions of soldiers to keep him, intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people.
Intending after where?
After Easter to bring him forth to the people.
Intending after Easter to bring him forth to the people. Now, let's go into the Greek here, brothers and sisters. Get the etymology, the understanding, the Greek definition of the word Easter here. All right? Because this is the word they put there so that what? Knowing that the Christian pastors would be lazy. And the only thing they expected Christians to do is say, Easter's in the Bible. See, so you should follow it. Knowing that those that are in the Christian church aren't studying the Bible on a theological level. Look at the word here, brothers and sisters. For Easter there, it says Pashka in the Greek. Pashka is what? The Passover. The Passover is the word they omitted, only to replace it with the word Easter. Believing that the Christian followers would be what? So dumbed down that they wouldn't realize that they was actually following Ashtoreth, a fallen goddess. One of many who are worshipped under what? Pagan Satanism. Look at that. Look at that. It was the Passover the whole time. So why aren't Christians honest? Christ says he would rather you be hot or cold. At least Satanists are outright claiming the God they're serving. Okay? At least they're all the way over. They're going to burn in hell. And you know what? They're riding for their worm called God, Satan. Their God, Satan. But it seems like Christians are comfortable with being what? In the middle. They just need some type of a reference to keep them comfortable worshiping Satan. And Elder Lawyer, one reason why I say it's a curse, how you know it's a curse, it's the one when you begin to follow Sabbath, Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Day of Atonement, Pentecost, which was first fruits. When you begin to follow that as what? As a so-called minority, being black, Puerto Rican, Mexican, automatically the family or those that are under the pagan psychosis recognize you as an enemy. They automatically begin to deem you as something different. That's how we know that following these holy days is a curse. You can follow any holy day that's accepted in the world, whether you Muslim or Christian, with no pushback from family. But no sooner as you follow the days in the Bible, all the people who once love you will begin to deem you as something what? Different, an enemy. And that in of itself lets you know that that's a curse following it. Right? Because when you break the curse and actually follow the days in the Bible, you are now deemed an enemy by the world. Why? When the earth is freely following any religion it wants. Right? Even atheists get more respect and are accepted by the world, opposed to those who actually follow the holy days in the Bible. That's how you know that when we begin to follow the holy days, we're actually breaking a curse. It's a curse to believe that Christmas have anything to do with Christ and own that particular day as a day to be reverenced. That's a curse. It's a curse to believe that when the Most High say, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy, that you go to Sunday worship, knowing you're breaking God's commandments. Now, also, we're going to open this up. If you are a Christian, you hearing this today, and if you want to call in and say, well, okay, I can verify and back up my belief in Sunday worship or Easter, guess what? The lines are open for you too. But it's a curse because why? God didn't freely give us those days. We received those days in bondage. And it was prophesied that one day we would come back to the true God and become the true believers to begin to follow the true what? Laws, statutes, and commandments and holy days that was given to our forefathers on Mount Sinai coming out of Egypt. Right? Anyone following holy days, that's a clear sign that they're under a curse. How do you know that? Elder Lawyer. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28. Let's talk about the curses real quick, and I'll open up the lines in one moment. Of course, I have a few more things to show concerning the Passover.
All right, we're in Deuteronomy 28.
Yes. Deuteronomy
right,
28, and read the 15th verse, Elder Lawyer. Deuteronomy 28 and 15.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28, verse number 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So that's how you know it's a curse. The Most High God told the children of Israel, our people who was once under pagan bondage, under the Egyptians. Okay, that was one dark race ruling over another, and Hamitic race ruling over an Shemitic race, our people. And God told us we're not to follow the holy days or the holidays of the Egyptians. And that if you were to follow the holy days and holidays of the Egyptians and break these commandments, all these curses shall come upon you and overtake you. What curses? Deuteronomy 28 and 64. Read it, Elder Lawyer.
Deuteronomy 28, verse number 64.
Come on.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth, even unto the other.
You will be scattered. Hold up. You will be scattered throughout the earth. That means what? Displaced. Off of your holy land. Moved off of your land. Read.
And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
And you will begin to serve other gods that our forefathers didn't know, even wood and stone. Now, you know what's another god? Estereth or Easter. That's another god. That's a goddess. Nimrod's mother, Astereth, Semiramis, Later, Aphrodite under the Greeks, Diana under the Romans. Later, after we fell, lost Jerusalem, the Roman Catholic Church turned her into Mary. That had nothing. The Mary statue you see today have nothing to do with Christ's mother. Neither the lies that they're teaching on Mary, on how she brought forth Christ and all that. They used 2 precepts to deceive the world concerning Christ's true birth. And that will be brought out this Sunday. They used 2 precepts out of the whole Bible to deceive the world into following Ashtoreth, the goddess of fertility. No wonder the same time you're celebrating Easter, you're going on what? Easter egg hunts. Bunnies, marshmallow bunnies. What does that have to do with Christ? It has everything to do with the pagan worship of who? The goddess of fertility. They just deceived our people when we fell in captivity and made us believe that ancient pagan satanic goddess was Mary. Huh? What? Oh yeah, if you don't believe that, I can show you again if you like. I can show you again. One moment, Elder Lawyer. I'm going to read it again.
Yes, sir.
1 second. I'm going to show him once again. Show him once again. Hold on. Here it is once again. Fair use. Fair use. Hit the like button, folks. Fair use. Fair use. From American Gods, Happy Easter clip. Fair use.
Come here, sweet shadow. Allow me to impart some wisdom. There's far too many secret societies out there. They have no loyalty and no love. They range from barely competent to deeply dangerous.
You don't sound like one of us.
I'm not one of you.
Oh, yes, you are. You're as forgotten, as unloved, and as unremembered as any of us.
I'm doing just fine. Happy Easter. Christ has risen. Hello, boys.
You were before these assholes were born.
He says you were before these guys were born. Speaking of the image of Christ or the teachings that came with Christ.
Until the day that Jesus Christ crawled out of his stinky old grave, folks would paint eggs with dandelions and paprika for her to exchange as gifts at the first sign of spring in her name.
In her name, Easter or Ashtoreth.
Astara.
Astara. Astara. Elder Lawyer, read that again.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse number 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
Even wood and stone. The wood represents that's right, the idol of the cross, Tammuz. Tammuz. Wood represents the Christianity, and the stone represents what? Islam, the Kaaba stone. The 2 main religions our people are scattered amongst. That's the curse. That's the curse of holidays, because these Gentile holy days are in the way between us and the God who saved us out of Egypt, the God who sent Christ as the Savior. Holidays are in the way. And if we serve their holidays by default, our children must serve their children. That's the rules of engagement. When we serve our God, that makes us free people, because we're serving the living God who gave us the word. When we serve the holy days given to us by the Gentiles, by default, we are agreeing to give our children over to their children as servants. See, a whole nother level, folks. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. If they weren't able to bend and break you and force you to serve their God, well, by default, your children, by serving those, going to Catholic church, going to Sunday worship, are what? Being groomed and prepped to be good servants of the Gentiles who have enslaved you, who have broken you. Right? And so the Passover, this is why, Elder Lawyer, from Passover to Passover, it seems like a certain level of spiritual liberation. For once in our existence in captivity, right? We are free to serve the living God without the Gentiles' direction, without the Gentiles stirring things. And you know what? Hey, you know they're watching. 3,000 people converge on one city last weekend, Elder Lawyer. Check it out.
That's right.
They said it couldn't be done. Not one fight in the street. Not one person harmed one another. No shootings. No arrests. They said this couldn't be done, where our people can come together. There was no need of any police presence. Every time our people come together, what? You must have police and security and all these things in fear of something going down. Crime or worse, death. Elder Lord, you see any cops walking around anywhere?
No, sir.
Not even a threat of violence. They said, Elder Lawyer, something like that couldn't happen. That we as a people aren't organized and aren't spiritual enough to be able to do what? Interact with one another without chaos. Hey, the Most High is breaking the curse. He has begun. Let me show them this real quick, Elder Lawyer. And then I'm gonna turn it over to you before answering a few questions. James sent me a montage, a sideshow of the whole Passover. You got to check this out. Hold on. Check this out, y'all. Look at that. Hold on, let me get it all here. They said it couldn't be done. Hakeem right there. Look at our sisters. They said it couldn't get done. Right? Look at our people. They said it couldn't get done, folks. I'm being texted all over the place. 1 second, Elder Lawyer. They said it couldn't get done. Look at that. All 12 tribes. Look at that. Look at that. 3,000 people converged. They said it couldn't get done. Look at these people. All 12 tribes, brothers and sisters. Look at that. A royal nation. Look at them praising the Almighty. Look at that. Look at that. Tears of joy. Israel coming back to the Almighty. Look at that. Look at that. They said it couldn't get done. All 12 tribes. Royalty, as it was prophesied. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, brothers and sisters. Look. Look at our family. Royalty. Royalty. Look at it. Look at the elders. Look at this. Bronze. The play. Sister Shirley did a great job with that. I mean, I can go on and on and on. I can go on and on and on, elderly. Look at them. The play. Showing the 12 disciples and the sisters in dance. Look at that. Oh, look at that. At the end, brothers and sisters come up for prayer. Elder Lawyer, I'll send the montage to you. I'll send you the whole thing if you would like to get it, but we're going to put it on the web on Gathering of Christ Church so that everyone can see it. But I just want brothers and sisters to see the power of the Almighty when God's people come back to his laws, statutes, and commandments, because the Christian church told us for a long time, well, it's impossible to follow the law. It's impossible to do this. It's not impossible. Only the devil would tell you it's impossible to follow the law. It's through the law that any of us can understand sin. It's because we've lost the knowledge of our law, that our people are in death, are walking in the shadow of death, being destroyed because they don't understand the significance for breaking it. They don't understand the curse that comes with breaking the law. It's one thing with our brothers and sisters in the world who don't know any better. But those who are in the church, in the word, has a responsibility to come back to God, come back to the word as it is written, or fall under the curse. The curse is death. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Hosea.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Hosea 1 real quick, and then I'm going to give you the floor before I open it up. With Hosea 1 and 10. Because it was
Hosea 1.
It was prophesied that our people would begin to come back to our laws, statutes, and commandments. Let's go.
Hosea 1 and 10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass in that place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God.
In that same place where it was said, Ye are not my people, there it shall be told them that they are in fact the true sons and daughters of the living God. And guess what, folks? What I've just witnessed, not just in the Passover, but through this ministry, throughout the whole earth and traveling throughout the earth, our people are starting to recognize who our God always was. And if we begin to recognize him, in turn, he begins to recognize us. And through that, the curse is broken. Because what? Now we're asking questions. Well, how do we serve this God? I learned how to serve in the Christian church. I learned about Easter, Sunday, Christmas. How do I learn about this God? And that's what the world fears. Like, there's simple questions. Because the Christian church will tell you, well, no one can keep the law. That's a lie. Passover, Elder Lawyer, as an example. It's simple. Passover started what? Friday sundown. 8 days and 7 nights, which means what? We'll count that time according to Leviticus, the 20th chapter. We'll count the 23rd chapter. Get that real quick, Elder Lawyer. Leviticus 23. We'll count that time 8 days, 7 nights, and do what? We will not eat any unleavened bread. That's hard. That's not hard to do. They're saying no one can follow the law. That means anything with yeast or leavening in it, we are to put it outside our house or put it away until after that time. That time's done. But we can eat everything else as long as it's clean, which is putting out leaven out of our home for those who need to know how to deal with the Passover. Why do we put out leaven? Because our people left Egypt in haste, in fear of Pharaoh sending his army. So we left Egypt in haste without leaven to bake our bread with. So for Passover going forward, the Most High said, you know what? We must be what? Unleavened. From year to year, all the old stuff that made us sin against the Most High takes over our being, makes us leavened, unfit for the Almighty. We must cleanse ourselves of our former sins, of our old ways, of our carnal thoughts. So during that 7 days, it's an unleavened period to remember our God who saved us out of Egypt. So that's right. It's the 14th day from winter, the second Sabbath of the year. We are to celebrate Passover. That's not hard to do. They're going to tell you in the Christian church, well, no one can follow the law. That's a lie. That's a lie. We're following it. Now, does it make us perfect? No. Because in the places we fall short, Christ's grace covers. But still, we're not going to break God's law on purpose. Grace doesn't cover intentional sin. It doesn't cover that. Elder Lawyer, read it on the Passover, Leviticus, for those who didn't know what it meant. Because we're not going to tell you that Easter is wrong and not tell you why we follow the Passover. First and foremost, it's written of in the Bible. And the only place you can find Easter in the Bible, it was placed there in the English. It's actually Pascha, which is Easter in the Greek when you go into the Bible, Acts 12:4. So that means when you go into the original translation of the Old and New Testament, there's no such celebration as Easter. There's no such word as Easter in connection with God's holy days. Let's read it real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Leviticus 23, verse 2.
Yes.
Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations Even these are my feast.
Even these are my what, Elder Lawyer?
Even these are my feast.
God says, these are my feast. Point blank. So any other feast the Gentiles give you are who? Satan's feast. I don't care how they package it. Satan himself appears as an angel of light. He will always present his holy days as something good. But we're disobeying God by following it, and by proxy are given over our children as servants to the Gentile nations. Those are the rules of engagement. Read on.
Jumping to verse 4. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. And the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord's Passover.
Is the Lord's what?
Is the Lord's Passover.
Is the Most High's Passover. So don't deal with that Christian theological lie that it's only the Old Testament, that Christ has nothing to do with this. Christ fulfilled what is written in the Old Testament. Christ became our Passover. It was the Passover feast. It was the Passover feast that he told to get us, that he commanded his disciples to bring together, knowing that they were about to crucify him, which was going to make him the Passover sacrifice the next day. So Christ's whole life in action for us were highlighted by what? Old Testament holy days. If you don't know these days, you don't know Christ. He's our Passover. He's our deliverer. So no longer will it be said the Israelites who came out of Egypt, but the Israelites who were gathered from the four corners, who were saved from the four corners of the earth. So the Passover coming out of Egypt is a microcosm compared prophetically to how Christ will save us out of the hands of our enemies who continue to destroy us on a daily basis. So if you don't understand Passover in the Old Testament, how can you claim to understand Christ? Read.
Verse number 6. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread.
Unleavened bread for 7 days. Read.
And the first day ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
So if
ye shall offer an offering.
So if someone wanted to know what we were doing on Passover, this was an actual gathering or convocation that's confirmed by the word of God. See? Easter isn't confirmed at all anywhere. Why are you getting together on Easter? And looking at us as if we're doing something weird or cultish. The Holy Convocation is Passover. Read.
Verse 8, but you shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days. And the 7th day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work.
And at the end of it, the 8th day, Saturday sundown, we can go back to eating what? Bread or cakes, cookies, whatever the case might be that have leaven in it. See? Now, if children were to ask us, well, mommy, daddy, why can't we eat cookies or cake or whatever during the Feast of Unleavened Bread? Now you have an historical event you can now teach to your children. Son or daughter, we don't do this for a week because our people were in captivity in Egypt. And when we left out of Egypt, there was no leaven. So the Most High said during this time of year, we put out all leaven. We can only eat flat bread in remembering the God who saved our forefathers out of Egypt. Well, mommy and daddy, who are they? They so happen to be Israelites. We're the children of Israel scattered throughout the earth in exile, serving the Gentiles, but soon sons and daughters. With us following this, these holy days, the Sabbath, Passover, the Most High will deliver us again like he did. He would save us again out of the hands of our captivity like he did when he destroyed Pharaoh and his army in the Red Sea. That's a historical, you know how much pride we can instill in our children by giving them a reason for the season, an actual biblical reason for the season? And then they'll ask you questions like, well, why do we celebrate Christmas? Well, son or daughter, Satan came in and hijacked God's holy days. He's trying to take God's shine, and he's using pagan Satanists to push it. Will they lie on God and Christ? Yes, they will, because they're the children of the devil. Son, yeah, they would. They're Satanists. There's no rules with them. Why do the people just blindly follow? Well, son or daughter, they blindly follow because Christ said, broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and narrow is the path to the kingdom, and there be few therein that findeth the true path. Even though it's clear in the Bible, son and daughter, the world loves bliss. The ignorance is bliss with the world. So if you see the majority of the world going one way, know it's the wrong way, because Christ's path is narrow. Don't be shamed into it. Okay? Listen, don't feel less than. Let me tell you, don't feel less than if you're not a part of the crowd, because why? Hell has enlarged itself. That's good if you're different. That's good if you're not a part of the crowd, because because hell is crowded. The path towards our kingdom is narrow. Don't worry about the peer pressure. Okay? The majority of the earth are going to hell. Like, man, do they want to know? Hey, the Bible is easily accessible by anyone in the earth. There's not too many people in the earth without a cell phone. And if you have a cell phone, you can easily download a Bible. Time and chance happen to all men. So Christians, y'all can call in if y'all would like. Let us know how Christ rose from the grave from Friday to Sunday. Help me out. Or tell us it doesn't matter, but yet you're doing exactly what the devil taught you in captivity. Why do what the devil taught you? Elder Lawyer, the floor is yours. Anything you'd like to say before we segue?
Yes, sir. Just to keep it real brief, I want to read something real quick from Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 16. Just the first part of that particular scripture where it says, thus in process of time, an ungodly custom grown strong was kept as a law. Let me read this again. Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 16. Thus in process of time, an ungodly custom grown strong was kept as a law. And that's exactly what the so-called holidays of this society have become. These are ungodly customs which through the process of time have grown strong and have become laws. And it's deep the fact that you were mentioning earlier, the same people who tell us that we cannot keep the Passover because it is a law. We cannot keep the holy days of the Bible because they are laws. Which, keep in mind, we're not telling you that you must follow the Passover and the holy days according to the letter of the law. We're not telling you that you have to sacrifice a lamb and then take the blood and then take some hyssop and strike the blood on the doorpost and on the lintel. And you got to do this and you got to, we're not saying you have to do that for these particular holy days. Why? Because as you mentioned earlier, Christ is our Passover, which was sacrificed for us. So any holy day we keep, we always keep it in the framework of understanding that Christ fulfilled the letter of those holy days. And on those holy holidays, not only do we commemorate the historical significance, but we also commemorate the fact that Christ fulfilled that holy day and that there's a significance in which Christ is the focus. Like he is the focus of Passover when we're celebrating Passover. We acknowledge that table, and we had the lesson this past weekend, coming to the table of the Last Supper and partaking in the bread and wine and the spiritual significance of that in relation to Christ's Last Supper. While at that table, not only were the disciples who would follow Christ there, but also the betrayer of Christ was present. We keep all of that within the framework of our Passover celebration. Why? Because Christ is our Passover, which was sacrificed for us. He is the focal point. However, getting to the point, the same people who tell us that we cannot celebrate the Passover because it is a law are the same people who every single year celebrate Easter according to the letter of whatever customs they have established on Easter or for Easter, which through time have now become like laws. Every single Easter, you must have a Sunday Easter service. Every single Easter, you must have a new Easter outfit or an Easter suit. Every single Easter, you must have an Easter egg hunt. Every single Easter, you have customs, which started off as customs, but through time have become like laws that you must follow for these particular days. For Thanksgiving, you must have a turkey every Thanksgiving. You must have the ham every Thanksgiving. For those who eat chitlins, I've never had chitlins in my life, but for those who eat chitlins, every single Thanksgiving, you must have your chitlins. And think about all the work, again, never had them in my life, but I've heard the horror stories of the time that it takes to make sure that those things are clean, to make sure all the work that goes into preparing those chitlins, you make sure that you do that according to the letter each and every year, but yet you tell us that we can't celebrate the Passover because that's a law. That's work. You're despising the grace of Christ. You're going against the gospel if you're trying to keep the Passover, yet you keep these holy days of this society according to the letter each and every year. Each and every year, you go broke, you go in debt for the purpose of trying to celebrate Christmas. But then you say that, well, we can't celebrate the Passover. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? And find the financial aspect of it. But you find a way to put your finances and your time and your labor and your work and your sacrifice into the holy days of this society every single year. So I'm going to close out. I'm going to read this again and hand it back over.
Great.
Thus, in process of time, an ungodly custom grown strong was kept as a law. And that's exactly what the holidays of the society have become.
Okay, well, I have a question right out that people might ask, might want to know. If they ask you, is celebrating Christmas wrong? What is your answer to that?
Absolutely yes.
Sunday worship, is it right or wrong?
It's wrong, undoubtedly wrong.
See? You know what? And I'm glad you're able to answer. You notice how Elder Lawyer is able to answer a shortly, yay or nay? That's how you're supposed to be. When you ask these Christians questions, it shouldn't be a dissertation with an answer. That's how you know it's deception. Right? They have to say, well, listen, we're under grace. And no. Is it right or wrong? It comes down to, did God tell you to do this? That's what it comes down to. Not know why you decided to do what's against God. Something that you cannot verify or confirm in the word. Nah, if you got to explain outside of yay or nay, you're following the devil. So if a Christian church, just say it's a good person who has good intent, come and ask me a question, who's what, a devout Christian, and say, well, is following Christmas wrong if I got Christ in my heart? The answer is yes, it's wrong. Yes, it's wrong. Because Christ didn't tell you to do it. God didn't tell you to do it.
If you had Christ in your heart, you wouldn't be celebrating Christmas. Simple and plain.
Thank you. If Christ was in your heart, you would celebrate Passover and not Easter. Christ is not a man. Christ is not a man that he should lie. Christ is the truth. He wouldn't deceive you into following something that has pagan, satanic origin. And this is what it says in the Bible, Proverbs 28:9. And then I'm going to open up the lines. I'm going to call you right back, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
He that turneth away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer shall be an abomination. So you want to know why all the praying we're doing up in our neighborhoods and all that, but still death reigns? It's not that there's a lack of believing in a God, but because we continue to sin, our prayers are angering God. We're serving another God and asking our God to save us through these pearls, not realizing the curse and the pearls come from disobedience. You go to the church, the Bible's there. Death is reigning in our communities all over the place, and no one has put two and two together. That God is angry. He's angry because we refuse to come back to him. With how spiritual we've become, a church on every corner, but yet we refuse to teach God's law in our community. Still celebrating Easter. Your pastor still shucking and jiving every Sunday and every Easter because he know that's a payday. When he should come right out and say, listen, brothers and sisters, there's really no such thing as Easter in the Bible. We were taught wrong. Next year, same time we're doing Passover. We're going to find out when Passover falls. Matter of fact, let me go to the gatheringofchristchurch.org and see their calendar, and let's find out Passover. Next year, this time, we can do it. Leave the eggs and the bunnies outside the door. We as the children of God will be following the Passover, the day Christ was given up for the sins of the world. If the Christian church can exchange the word Passover for Easter in the Bible, we can now take Easter out and follow Passover, right? Now that we realize that they deceived us, don't forget, folks,
Right.
What's synonymous to our captivity? The gods we serve. Because the Most High said that, listen, if you serve another God, I will have you serve the people, the Gentiles. I will put a foolish nation over you. So this is how you know a cursed race. When they're following a religion outside of the book they read regularly, you must be cursed. Where the God that speaks of your captivity and your plight is in the Bible, but yet you refuse to follow that same God in the Bible you take to church every Sunday. That's insane. So he says, okay, you want to continue to follow the nations? Well, you must think they know better than me, right? I'll tell you what, your children are going to serve them. And as long as you continue to serve them, all these freaks and trance and all this other crap, the more you decide to follow this world, the worse this world will become. The worse your masters will become. Reprobate freaks you will follow. And eventually you're going to look at this and say, well, hold up, what's going on here? Caitlyn Jenner is my son's doctor, my son's soccer coach, basketball coach. Caitlyn Jenner, a dude with a dress on, is tutoring my son. And the guy was like, listen, if you don't go into the laws to understand what right or wrong behavior is in the earth, eventually the freaks are going to overrun you. It's going to take the Bible to make a stand. Okay? I'm going to let a dude named Bruce, now Caitlyn, That's right. Tutor your son. Now, is God doing it? No. This is what we've allowed through sin. But if we were to actually use the laws of God to dictate behaviors, to understand the behaviors of people, we would as a people could take a stance against what's destroying our people, our community. So it all intertwines. It all coincides, folks. It's the freaks and all that are over these holy days, these Gentile days. Okay, Sodom and Gomorrah. All right, Elder Lawyer, give me one moment, and let me answer a few calls. Let me pull up.
Yes, sir.
All right, 1 second. 1 second. I'll call you right back. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to call lawyer right back. Okay. All right. Let's open up the line. And please hit the like button. And Christians, if you can, I want you to call on in and let us know about this Easter thing. What does that have to do with Christ? And are you worshiping Satan? That's my question for you. 1 second.
Blog Talk Radio. All right, we're live here. The audio is back. All right, let's go down the line. Let me go to the calls. Who knew that the Most High hated feast days or holy days of the Gentiles? 1 moment. All right, 515-605-9327. We have Sunshine live.
Hello?
Hey, Sunshine, where are you from? Are you in Jamaica right now?
Hello? Elders? Hello?
Yes, are you in... oh, look, calm down. Are you in Jamaica right now, sister?
No, in the West Indies, in the islands.
In the what islands?
Elder.
You're in the what islands? Come on, work with me here.
The islands. Hello?
The what islands?
The Virgin Islands.
The
Elder?
Virgin Islands.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Because we had a lot of people in the Passover wanted to put a face with the giggle, and I'm like, I think she's in Jamaica, but it's okay. Yeah, one guy say every time you come on, it sounds like someone tickling your feet, but it's all right. I mean, but let's go. The curse of holiday celebrations. How was your Passover? How was your Passover?
Wonderful.
Okay, great.
Shalom, elders. Oh, I'm so grateful. For everything that I've received with this church. That you were talking about to dissuade us or change our minds from the keeping of the holy days, like Elder Lori was saying, when we're talking about the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread that we're experiencing right now, it's sheer hypocrisy that's highlighted because we are told, like how the Lord was saying, not to follow the Feast of the Most High, that with the Sabbath, we know are a sign between us and him, and a statute, as it says in Leviticus, to keep throughout all of our generations, so that the curses that have fallen upon Israel especially, and the whole world can be reversed. So the answer of right or wrong, like you were saying, is clearly seen because we're saying yea or nay directly in obedience to what I said that we should do or should not do. And from a personal stance, I lived in both worlds. Before the truth, I was an avid religious follower of as many pagan holy days as that I could find, as I could seek. And in lifestyle of the curses, I would teach my children to do so, decorate the Nimrod stick that they call the Christmas tree, how to seek out those four-leaf clovers and bunny eggs. I was into all of that. After the truth, I've been so blessed with a true purpose and understanding of what the reason of why we should follow the Most High's holy days, his feast, and how to keep us in humility and connected to the heavens, understanding the depth of Christ's sacrifice. We have a chance to escape, like you said, the crowds in the torments of hell. And I now know my purpose as a woman to inculcate in my children the love of Christ in these feast days. And right now I'm in the heart of it. And these are the best. I was on that other side of the fence, and now I'm on this, and I'm so grateful for it because the feasts are absolutely wonderful, and I look forward to them, and I don't want to let them go.
Oh, there you go.
Praise the Most High.
Thank you, sister.
Oh, praise the Most High. Oh, bless
Thank
you,
you.
elders. Bless.
Bless you. And I'm going to tell you, it feels so good to hear sisters talk about this because it's through the women the tradition is instilled in our children. And see, and this is why the pagans have worked tirelessly to make these celebrations, to pattern these celebrations more towards women. Because it's the women who instill the traditions. It's women who, you get with somebody, next thing you know, it's cuffing season. And next thing you know, they got a stocking with your name on it. It'd be women with all that. There's stockings to hang up under the mantelpiece and all this old stuff. Because why? It endears one to family tradition. Right? So, and then next thing you know, Elder Lloyd, you know how it is. Near Christmas, what happens? You have the girl comes outside and there's a big bow on the car, or diamond zells, and diamonds is the girl's best friend, and they pattern it towards what? The woman, like we read of in the book of Jeremiah. Because women carry the tradition and values and instill it in the family. The men are workers and protectors, but it's the women who work to instill the traditions and values in a home. So it feels so good to see that the Most High is breaking that curse, and we're hearing now the reverse of the curse amongst our families, amongst our women. I'm going to tell you, those Satanists are quaking. They're shaking in their boots. Okay. Next, you can come in anytime, Elder Lawyer. All right, we have Daryl.
Yes,
Daryl has a question, brother Daryl.
Yeah, that's me. Shalom, elders. How y'all doing?
Shalom. So you have a question, Daryl?
Yeah. This doesn't have to do with the lesson. It was just some research I was doing on my own. I was looking up the Apocalypse of Paul, and I was looking at it on Amazon, and I came across the Apocalypse of Peter, and I was going to order it, but I wanted to get some edification on that as far as the history or anything like that, of what you guys may know about that particular book, and if it's something that goes coincide with the Bible or not.
Well, no, the Apocalypse of Peter is a second century plagiarism using his name, so that's off. Okay. So, but still, I would still like to keep things in the framework of this particular on topic. Passover. Did you celebrate Passover last weekend?
Yes, I did. I wasn't there in Pennsylvania, but I was with a body in Indy, and went over to a brother's house, and we celebrated there.
Okay, when you first started following the holy days and found out you were a Hebrew, an Israelite, what was the response from your family?
Mostly with my family, in the beginning, when I actually went to celebrate certain holidays with my family, even after I got into the truth, because I was still like connected to them that way. And I was like, well, I don't do all the extra stuff that y'all do, but I'll come hang out with y'all because I still had that attachment. But the response I got to them when I started like, no, I'm not doing this. The first response was, well, you did with us last year. You was with us last year. What changed then? It's like because I started realizing the spirit behind it and decided to detach myself from that, where I didn't want to celebrate the day. I didn't want nothing to do a part of it. They pretty much just turned aside, like, all right, well, you don't want to come celebrate. You know, some of them were acceptable of it. Some of them, I had arguments back and forth.
Okay, let's focus there. Why would they argue with you? Because number one, it's not like you're denying Christ. It's not as if you're saying you don't believe in the Bible. Right? If you were Jewish, if you were a Jewish person saying that you're following the Torah, I'm sure they would have no problem with that. Right?
Right.
So there's no pushback with Jewish people following the Sabbath. So we need to ask, why is it sacrilege when our people, who are Israelites, who are Jews according to blood, decide to follow what's exactly in the Bible? Like, why is that so taboo? So I'm putting that question out there also. Why can we accept other races following the Bible or the law, but shun our own families? Go ahead. I'm listening.
I was gonna say, I feel like when and this is something this is what I experienced, when you so used to doing certain things with your family, and then you change up, and it's not that you saying the Bible is wrong. I'm an atheist now. I'm a Muslim now. I do this. Even if you were these things, they wouldn't give you no pushback on it. But when it comes to you find out that you're Israel, I think a part of it is like you exposing the thing that they believe in, that they claim they believe in, and that they follow to the T. You expose it to a sense where now you personally don't want to follow it. If they choose to do that, that's on them. But it's like, because you did it before, they quick to just be like, okay, well, that'll make you better than me. What you doing is wrong. I'm doing it because of my kids. I'm doing it because of my family. Like, what's wrong with that? They try to like sugarcoat it. Oh, I'm not, I'm doing this for the kids. I do Christmas, pagan holidays for the kids, even though I know it's wrong, but I do it for the kids. But it's like when we tell them, we're supposed to train the child on the way that this should go, they be like, well, God isn't against family. That's what I got before. God wouldn't want me to stop doing things with my family. That's what I always used to get a lot.
So they would get offended. They'll take it as a personal indictment against them when it's not that at all. Right? They'll take it like, if you're deciding to do this, by default, you're saying what we're doing is wrong. So it's all of that. Okay. All right. I can understand that, but I believe a conversation should be had, right? That is not an indictment.
Sure.
You can choose to decide to continue if you would like, but don't you want to understand why I've taken this stance? It's not an indictment on you. I found out that the world is worshiping Satan. Right? Thank you, my brother. I don't think they'll take that too well either. All right. I'm going to place you on hold for a second. All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have Peter Ronald Hayes. I'm going to bring you in one moment. But before we do that, Elder Gabar, I think Elder Gabar is on the scene. The man I seen, that had those salsa moves the other day. Hold up, where is he? Elder, there he is. All right, Elder Gabar in the house. How you doing, Elder? Yeah. Turn on your microphone, if you will.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now, Elder. Okay, you went out again, Elder Gabar. You was there, then you wasn't.
Mic check 1 2.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine now.
I'm good right now, Elder?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, outstanding. Okay, I just make sure I switch over to the right mic. How we doing, Elders?
I'm blessed by the best, man. I didn't know you had those salsa moves. I seen you and Ephraim. Y'all were getting it in and allowed me.
Yeah. You know, Puerto Rican and salsa. It's like I have to represent for my people, Simeonites. So, but absolutely. Elder, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
There's a question I was asking yesterday on my podcast in regards of leaven, right? I think that the title of the show was "Are you fit to remove the leaven?" And I guess the leaven could be several things depending on just your circumstances in your personal life. But I left the show asking a question to the gentlemen that I was doing the show with, and the question was, "What do you think is essential that we have to remove leaven-wise as a church or and individuals?" You could discuss it as a group or individually speaking. What do you think is essential that we need to remove leaven-wise? And we know leaven is sin, is lust, is things that is the flesh, right? That something within your flesh that you're struggling with. As a church, as a body, what do you think is essential given what's going on politically, prophetically? We all know what's going on with all the prophecy being fulfilled in a daily basis.
Yeah.
What do you think we need to remove it as leaven-wise as a body?
Okay, well, Paul always talk about that when you look in the epistles, that battle of that man in the flesh, that he understand that man will always exist, but he thanked the Most High that he's able to put that under subjection. Understanding who you are and who you were, and the fact that you can be baptized or whatever, that's not going anywhere. And the fact that you're in a daily struggle to actually bond that man, and so that you can show you can exhibit self-control. Now that's the analogy you were saying, but Christ made it clear what leaven we must abstain from. Christ said, listen, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees.
Mm-hmm.
He made it clear. The leaven of the Pharisees. Now, when you go into Leviticus 23, it's what? Hypocrisy.
Right.
That's why he said, listen, they sit on Moses' seat. Do as they bid, but don't do after their works, because they say and do not. So they may teach the law, but they're not really about this. A matter of fact, they may talk about the prophets and the honor of our forefathers and how they stood for the Most High in Christ in faith. But in their heart, these same men seek to kill me. So he's talking about what? Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy. Christ know that we're not perfect. He know that we have struggles in all these things. But don't try to put something on someone else when you know you're not right in that. Right? And that's what the Pharisees were doing. The Pharisees was on this high horse as if they were perfect according to the law when they were evil. Evil intent, doing what was wrong, but yet standing as the righteous before people. So all in all, I would say in a nutshell, because that's such a open-ended question that can lead to 3 hours of dialogue.
Yeah.
Right? But at the end of the day, it's knowing yourself, know where you stand with the Most High, self-examination, and begin to fix what we know is wrong according to God's law. And that's more so an individual task. As leaders, we must implement things like we were discussing, and that's something private where we begin to unify the brotherhood, to begin to go out there on the streets and bring our people and make our people conscious of the threat they're under right now. Okay, with the sodomites over our society, with the laws that are being passed, like for instance, a lot of people don't know the black woman they put up there for the Supreme Court. We must now look at laws being changed that would lead to dealing with children, pedophilia will be legal eventually with this woman up there in position. A lot of people don't even know about this, but they're going to change laws at the executive, at the Supreme Court level that will make it okay. And how do we know that? This woman has a track record. Now, they're putting this black woman up like this is some type of accomplishment for our people, who's married to Amalek. Now, you can marry who you want. That's your business. But who knows what type of evil this guy is into that she married. Okay? And on top of that, they put her face up there, but you'll never see the man she's tied with. The same with Kamala. This woman that was put up on the Supreme Court, who got confirmed, this so-called sister, has a track record of letting what? Sex offenders, giving sex offenders light sentences. She has a long record of this. Okay? So now that she's on the Supreme Court, what's going to happen? From the Supreme Court level, because they went from one level to now they're aiming towards the children. So I'm just putting that out there. Like, I wouldn't say leaven. I'm just saying we just have to circle the wagons and come together and let our brothers and sisters know in the inner cities the threat they're under, politically and otherwise. Okay, and that's just a movement we have to do. We have to get on those streets, talk to the people, and let them know, hey, that they are about to be replaced by Ukrainians. And all right. And so how are they going to make space for the Ukrainians? How are they going to make space for the Afghanis? Well, I'm going to tell you how. Depopulation, and those that are in our communities that are under duress politically and otherwise and socially, they're targeting to take their children. Why? Mm-hmm. Now, why are they doing this? Because they know the truth is here now. The truth is in the earth, and if they don't get a hold of this generation, the people of the Bible are going to steer this thing right. We're going to get to the children, and this next generation will fight against the evils that they've propagated against us in the earth. Okay, and I'm just saying that in general, but yeah. But getting back, I don't know how I digress there because it's a broad question on so many things we have to put together in a short time. But all in all, Elder, he was talking about beware of the leaven of the Pharisee in particular. That's hypocrisy. Absolutely. Because one thing about it, you don't have to be perfect, right? But you don't have to be a hypocrite.
Right. Right. I think that's right. Because the hypocrisy that's a broad statement as itself, because sometimes you could be a hypocrite to yourself, lying to yourself. Yeah. You could be, delusional is another form of that. So, exactly. Absolutely.
So that's what it's talking about when it talks of leaven.
Yeah.
He was because when you go into the precepts, it's exactly what those Pharisees, they was coming off as if, well, it's all about Moses in the law. But when you look at what these guys are doing when the scrolls are rolled, they're doing the exact opposite of Moses. Mm-hmm. Right? And that's why Christ looked at the Pharisees and scribes and said, ye without sin cast the first stone, when it came to that woman in adultery. See, they wanted to stone her. But if a further conversation was had, since she's an adulterer, suppose Christ would have asked her in the midst of all these people with stones, were you with anyone else in the crowd besides this one man you were caught with?
Mm-hmm. and what was the man?
Oh, you see? Exactly.
Adultery with him.
Exactly. Right. So that's why he said, ye without sin cast the first stone. What sin was he talking about? The act of adultery. Mm-hmm. So obviously, if she's doing what's wrong, sleeping with someone else, this can't be the first guy she was caught with. Is anybody, and Christ knew, is there anybody here that we would like to discuss concerning this woman's adultery?
Right. Adultery is not a sin you can do by yourself. It's impossible for you to commit that sin by yourself.
Exactly. Right. So, obviously, if she was caught doing something wrong, you can't think it was the first time, right? And
Right.
obviously, if it's a crowd there, it must have been somebody else that probably was hanging out with her too.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, Christ was looking right at these cats. Okay. So, no, don't stone her. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, because she was caught, according to them, she was caught in the very act. That means she was caught with the very act with the guy she was doing it with.
Yeah.
So what happened to that guy? I'm curious, right? There got to be some writings out there talking about that. I'm just curious what they did. What he bribed him off. Why he was not there? You know, and that itself is showing the hypocrisy.
Exactly. That's why it says, beware of the hypocrisy. Beware of the leavening of the Pharisees. It's the worst kind.
Mm-hmm.
We all have our own struggles, but it's one thing to try to tell somebody not to do something that you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we can have these conversations. You know, this is how we talk sometimes, folks. Don't worry about it. We have these deep. Okay, and don't forget tomorrow. You know, we're gonna put some food on or whatever. I know you're gonna be here tomorrow, so we can have
yes,
some.
sir.
All right, okay. All right, let's go to the next one we have, and y'all can share this with me. If y'all can jump in any time, elders. I'm gonna go to the other screen, but jump in any time, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have now Ryan. Ryan has a question.
Byron.
Oh, I'm sorry. Byron. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I can see now, Byron. I'm sorry, Byron. You have a question?
Okay. Shalom, man. I have a question. I want to dialogue with you about the question that you're asking. So my question is, can you do a class on all of the holy days and specifically what to do and how we should celebrate them and stuff like that? Because going into the question that you asked last year, I did the Passover. Well, I just found out that there was a church here in St. Louis, so I'll be attending the church from this point on. But last year, I went to a restaurant. I took my computer. I sat in a booth and closed the curtain, and I watched you guys on my computer.
Okay.
I took my unleavened bread with me. I had wine, and I did all of that. I sat there and I ate lamb. And I just watched the play and everything. I was in the booth for hours. Well, this year, I stayed there the whole time and watched the play and everything. This year, I cooked my lamb and did my stuff. But I was thinking to myself, I didn't really know. Well, I mean, with this being the Sabbath, am I supposed to cook? When am I supposed to cook? And am I supposed to be cooking? So I was unclear. Now I know you.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, let's deal with this in layers. Right? First and foremost, Leviticus 23 makes it clear the days of the holy days, and that these holy days, when it says you shall do no servile work, that means work for money, and that is the Sabbath unto you. So if you're able to take the day off as a holiday, right? But if you have to work or lose your livelihood, that's when grace covers you, right? Because that's when grace, where you want to follow it, but you can't. So the grace covers the days you can't do it, right? Now, when you say, should I cook or shouldn't I cook? Absolutely, you should cook. And some people who are trying to say, well, according to the law, you're not supposed to do this. Hold up. It tells us that the priest break the law every Sabbath by doing the service. Okay? So they have to cook the lamb. They got to do all that. They have to throw the lamb in the fire. They have to sprinkle the blood and all that. They're working.
Okay, right, correct.
So if you're under Christ and you have to cook, you can cook on that day.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Because you're covered under the grace of Christ. All right? All these people talking about, listen, All these people, you can't do this and you can't do that. They don't understand the grace of Christ. And this is why Christ told the Pharisees, those hypocrites, going back into what Elder Lawyer was Elder Gabar was talking about the leaven of the Pharisees. Christ says, if one of your ox fall in a ditch, will you get it out on the Sabbath?
Right.
So he says, there's one here that's great. He says, even David went in and ate the showbread from the priest that was forbidden to eat. And he says, there's someone here greater than the temple. So when people tell you you can't do this and do that, they're trying to put you under subjection. They're trying to say, well, look how holy I am in private opposed to you, when they're really hypocrites.
Right. Okay.
If you're serving the Sabbath, you can cook on the Sabbath. You can cook if you're doing the meal to the Almighty, because there's no priesthood here. So now you're doing it on earth. You're doing it on earth with Christ covering you. Christ is covering you as priest before the holies of holies in heaven. You got it?
I got it.
And see, and that's the issue with people. I'm saying in general, because the internet is so broad and all that, where you go to this guy or that guy and he's dealing with this law and that law. You're not supposed to be doing this, not supposed to be doing that, without understanding the spirit of it. And these are the same.
Elder,
I'm not talking. Listen, brother, I got thousands of people here and I'm speaking in general. And I'm not talking about you.
Oh, okay. All right, Elder.
Right? Because they'll go here. Well, this guy teach about the culture and all this, that, and the other, but there's no balance concerning the grace of Christ and when that applies.
Okay.
So I'm glad you're asking that question. This is not an indictment. This is a teaching lesson. This is a teaching moment. Right?
Of course. And that's why I called it.
Exactly. Okay. It is not no indictment. You have to understand, but a lot of people, they'll just sit in their house all day and turn off the lights and just be in the dark and thinking they following the Sabbath. And if they want to do that, guess what? It's all good. But don't get mad if I'm getting something out of that day helping my people. That's your business. If you want to pull the shades down and don't use no electricity, that's your business. The Most High didn't say anything about that. Okay.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, my brother. All right.
Okay. You have Shalom.
Shalom, and keep on following, and soon you'll be doing it with us. Okay, Hakeem. It was so good to see Hakeem after all this time.
I plan to be there next year at the Passover, Elder. I plan on getting baptized. And I plan to be there next year.
Amen. The spirit was in the house. I'll tell you that. I'm still riding that spirit right now. All right, thank you, my brother.
Man, okay.
All right.
Shalom, man.
Shalom. Okay, we have Zaya Kwa. Zaya Kwa has a hand raised. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm blessed by the Almighty, blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to me.
All praises. So when we first came into the truth and we're like getting into the new holy days, I had a lot of people looking at me like I was crazy whenever I'd be like, hey, it's Passover, y'all. I'm like, what in the world is Passover? I even got made fun of recently by my aunt, who was like, oh, why you got a song about Passover? You shouldn't have a song about Passover. It's not all that. And I'm like, well, dang.
Well,
and
shouldn't you ask, like, church-going folk? They believe in Christ, right? They go to church. They believe in God. They believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
And don't know about Passover?
Right.
That's weird in and of itself. I would have said, the day that he was given up, the Last Supper was his Passover feast, right? Our people just don't know. I mean, our people think the Last Supper is a painting.
Yep.
But go on.
That's the worst part, Elder.
But go on.
No, and today I was talking to someone about it. She was like, "What's Passover?" Mind you, this girl that I was speaking to, she goes to church. She was not at all that familiar with the Passover and the meaning behind it. She'd read it in the Bible before, and she goes, oh, so you celebrate all the holidays like Christmas and then Passover? I'm like, no way.
Oh man.
And
I mean, you know what? But that really shows how irresponsible our modern day pastors are.
Mm-hmm.
How can you talk about Christ and the blood of Christ, the resurrection of Christ, without teaching Passover? Passover, I mean, in the Bible, he told the disciples, go to this man and purchase a lamb so I can keep the Passover with you. That was the Last Supper.
Right.
That's so irresponsible. Can you imagine Peter not knowing what the Passover is? So it's an indictment. It's really, it highlights the irresponsible shepherds that are over churches right now.
Tom.
But go on.
Because I've heard it mostly that's all about Good Friday and then rising up again 3 days later on Easter Sunday. And that should have been, looking back now, that should have been my first clue that something wasn't right, because there's only a day and a half between Friday and Sunday. Yes.
I mean, they don't expect us to even be able to count to 3.
Right.
I'm like, oh my God.
Seems like all of us were stuck there at one point in time, but all praise to the Most High, we out of there.
Yeah.
Doing the right thing.
Well, thank the Most High. How was your Passover, sister?
It was amazing. I think this was my 5th Passover, and I think this was the best one we had yet. There was just something different about this one.
Did you attend it in Pittsburgh, or where did you go?
We attended in Pittsburgh.
Oh man, it was something else, wasn't it?
It was so amazing. I took a picture with you.
Oh, praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. Oh man, I didn't want it to end, but hey, I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah.
Eventually we'll all be doing it together in Zion, but yeah, it was a great Passover. Thank you for attending. All right.
Thank you for having me.
All right, bless you.
Double honor to you, Elder.
All right, bless you, sister. Boy, I know the devil is angry. I tell you that. I know the devil is mad. Look at all these bricks we're pulling out of this satanic kingdom. 661 area code.
This we will all be doing together in Zion.
All right, I gotta come back to you, 661, because I'm playing in the background. Please, if I call your phone, if I call your number, you must make sure it's total silence in the background. Okay, we have Pastor Ronald Hayes in the house.
Yes, sir. Shalom, elders. How you doing?
Shalom, Pastor Ronald Hayes. You have a comment?
Well, I was just looking at the broadcast and thinking about things that's going on, and I'm the one that called you. That was last year. You're supposed to call me back. You told the guys if I called back to get my number and stuff, and
hold on.
I didn't hear from nobody.
Don't worry about it. I'm going to write you down right now. And I apologize for that, but I'll call you back.
No.
All right,
No problem,
Pastor.
no problem.
Should we say Happy Passover or Happy Easter? What are we doing here?
No. I told you. I'm already. Me and my wife. We in the academy and everything. We changing our lifestyle. One day at a time. We looking at what God is doing. We going against the grain, and family members and people that we know not understanding. We just doing what God wants us to do. The Most High wants us to do. And it's been a blessing. I mean, we've been in the academy for the last academy right now. Been learning some great things. I mean, it's been powerful. Your ministry has really taught us some things that we know about things like this before. I mean, Hebrew Israelites and all that kind of stuff. But we had to put it in perspective. You know what I'm saying? And take our time and let God guide us and the right timing. So right now, we've been doing what God wants to do. It's been a blessing. I mean, everything you've been doing on the broadcast, Elder, I'm telling you, it's a blessing. You put things in perspective so we can learn and grow and show people that that we know that's still not woke and stuff like that, how to get enlightened. You know what I'm saying? And it's been a blessing.
Well, let me ask you a question, Ron, Pastor. Because you know, others out there listening are curious to how you've come to where you are right now. But let me ask you a question. You know, I don't like to say, there's no such thing as far as I'm concerned, a question being the devil's advocate. But I'm gonna leave that over there. I don't know what the haze that is. But being on the other side, someone may ask, how did you substantiate or confirm the belief in Easter as a Christian pastor? When someone asks you, why are we celebrating Easter as a Christian pastor? How did you confirm your belief in that day, which is a key holy day of Christians, amongst parishioners or those who came to church? What would you say?
Well, basically, it was just all what we were taught. I mean, we were taught a Eurocentric, doctrine from Catholicism. I mean, that's what it's all about. Every religion that's substantiated in the earth realm has been under Babylonian, captivity. So that's what we were just doing. What we were taught. I mean,
like for instance, what was that? Some people might ask, well, what was that? Like, okay, it's Easter Sunday, it's Sunday worship. Right. If someone asks you, well, why are we doing this? Was there anything in the Bible that substantiated those practices that you can think of? If not, that's fine, because don't worry about it. We're going to rip it from the rooter to the tutor this coming Sunday in the academy to show you that, because there's very few things that Christian churches are actually following according to the Bible. Okay, when it comes to Christ, very few things.
Right.
But go on. Is there anything you can think about, or go on? The floor is yours.
No, we were just basically being hoodwinked and teaching from a Eurocentric doctrine, like I said, because everybody did it before us, so we did it. So on Easter Sunday, that's what we did. We said Christ rose on Easter Sunday. I mean, he died on Friday. Same thing,
Yeah.
Christians been doing for centuries. I mean, it's been over our head all this time, but I thank God for the Most High waking me up. I mean, I thank God, because guess what? The Bible says, you shall know the truth shall make you free. I know the truth now, and truth is making me free.
Well, how did you wake up being a pastor? Because understand, brother, to know the truth and take a hard stance, there's a chance you'll lose everything. A matter of fact, usually that's what pastors are up against. If you decide to walk away from paganism, you must adjust yourself to lose everything, including those who believed in you or followed you. So the question is this: how did you get the truth concerning yourself being a Hebrew, an Israelite? And when did you decide to walk away from the church?
Elder, the church walked away from me. The Most High took me out of it, and he made the pastors who was around me. I knew all the main pastors in Christendom. They walked away from me. So the Most High took me out of that stuff and put me in the place of aloneness and made me understand the truth. So it was no going back. It was no thinking about it, no procrastinating. It was all the Most High, me and him, and my wife. You know what I'm saying? So
what you mean walked? What you mean they walked away from you? What was the setting? Y'all were together, and what happened that led to them walking away from you?
They didn't have to tell you. They had to tell you, get out. They showed you, you wasn't welcome. I mean, in other words, they pushed you away by not talking to you, by not letting you come preach at their church or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be. And by me being in the Word already, I knew the Word, but I just had to get the truth behind the Word through the indoctrination of the Hebrew Israelites. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, now when I look at it, it was the Most High all the time. I felt bad because they were shunning me and pushing me aside, had nobody to talk to, whatever. But the Most High was talking to me. He was doing it for me. You know what I'm saying? It was a blessing.
So they began to disassociate themselves with you. And
Yes.
was it because you began to question things, or
Yes.
like what?
Oh yes. I mean, everything. I mean, the way service was going, the doctrine, the like for instance, me and my wife when we was teaching in our church we had in Dallas, Texas, people were understanding that we were teaching truth, but it was going against what they was teaching us already and stuff like that. So therefore, it's like, wait a minute, these people are strange. Something different about them. But at the same time, they knew that we were doing what was right and teaching what was right. But at the same time, we were being ostracized. You know what I'm saying? It's like talked about behind our back, lied on, ridiculed, persecuted. It didn't feel
stuff
good
Christ
going
went
through.
through.
But guess what?
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. So
So
I'm right where I'm supposed to be at. In other words,
Yeah.
I know that I'm right where I'm supposed to be at. So another question I want for you, I'm gonna ask for you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been talking. I talked to the deacon down here in Atlanta because we in Atlanta, and I know you told me they had one in Atlanta, but I talked to him. He told me they wasn't up and running right now.
Oh no, we're looking into a new building now. We'll have something there in no time.
Right.
So don't worry about that. Within a couple of weeks, we looked at be up and running back in Atlanta. We just segueing in between buildings.
Right. But the Most High got a way of doing things. Like his timing is perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm on the phone with you right now. It's perfect. I know you say you're gonna call me, so I'm just waiting for you to call me when we talk.
Well, I wrote your number down. I will call you. I'll call you after Patreon Friday. I'll give you a call. I got it right here, and it's not going nowhere. I just wrote it down. All right?
Yes, sir. No problem. Shalom, Elder.
Well, thank you.
God bless you.
Okay. Now look at that. Look what the Most High does. Got pastors coming into the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Hey. And I forgot, I did have his number, but I have it right here. I got it written down, Ron. I'll give you a call because now it's time to start pastoring our people. I mean, they're being controlled by the letter people. The letter people are all up in the churches, staring things politically and destroying us from the inside. I'm going to be talking about that soon. Kakam Shakur has a comment.
Shalom, Elder Ricard.
How you doing, my brother?
Good. Just wanted to let you know it's a beautiful thing that you're doing from way back in the day to now, and
praise the Most High.
Been following you and looking forward to going to the next Passover. So keep on doing what you're doing. You know it's Lamont, right? Kakam Shakur, right?
What Lamont? Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, brother. Been
man,
following your teachings. I
brother,
know you went to Jerusalem for a while, I believe, and lost
brother,
contact
listen,
with you. But
I'm the one who gave you that name.
That's what. Yes, you did. 21 years ago.
Oh my God! I can't believe this. Oh, Ahaya is great, man. You know I've been thinking about you so much, man. I know that.
Likewise.
Let me write this down. Isn't this? I knew your voice. I'm like, he sounds familiar. Lamont. You have the daycare center. You still have it?
No, we don't have it. I'm still. My wife and I are married 38 years, and she said hi. Say hi, Crystal.
Hi, oh my goodness.
And,
man,
our daughter
brother, there's churches all around the world, and believe it or not, I remember we started off in like you opened up your daycare center for us for a while.
Yeah.
Oh,
we had some good times.
Oh my goodness, man! Listen, let me I'm writing your number down right now, brother.
Yeah, that's my house number, but if you still have one of your old phones, my cell number is still the same.
Man, listen.
But I can always give you that if you reach out and someone leave a voice message.
I'm gonna call you, but you have anything to say, or just let me know. Just let me know you're still kicking.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. And keep on doing what you're doing. And Most High You know, we talked about all this stuff back in the day, and Most High is, you know, going through you and going through the whole flock, man. So it's beautiful. I just want to say that to you. You have something, Crystal?
I just want to say that we've got our baby girl is 16, and you would be amazed at how in tune she is to the Most High. We're talking about a young lady who studies all day, every day. She keeps us on our toes.
Praise the Most High.
Yeah.
Praise the Most High. Hey, it's coming around full circle. Ain't it deep that all the stuff that we were talking about when we were in that little place is going down right now?
Yes, it is.
Ain't that crazy?
Wilton Street, 46th Street, your house and daycare, yeah.
But it's happening. It's happening right now.
Happening.
They're moving to cryptocurrency. When COVID happened, they put the whole infrastructure in place. And we were just talking about it at that time. We were just discussing the real ID, whether or not somebody's going to take the real ID. We're way past what they're about to do.
Exactly.
And what they're about to do in the inner cities is absolutely crazy. I'm going to call you. You
do that, and
have you been looking at our videos? Have you
will.
been still following our videos and the teachings and all that?
Yes, I have, but I'm going to sign up for the further stuff that you have on Saturdays and Sundays. I know you have a program. It's called what again, just to be clear?
It's called the Hebrew and Bible Academy. It's worldwide.
Right, Hebrew Bible.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
Man,
yes,
I am so excited. I prayed that the Most High would keep you and your family, my brother. And I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless. You know, and you know that's hard to happen. That's hard for anything like that to happen. I'm almost without words. I'm excited, man. I'm gonna call you. All right.
Okay. Love you. Take care.
Oh man, you know I love all you, man. I love you, man. All right, my brother. Look at the Most High bringing the band back together. Ain't that something? All right, let me put on.
That song you got. That song in the beginning is amazing.
Oh, Ahai is calling back Israel.
Yes, that song is amazing.
You know, me and Barack did that in Lamont. Did the up the street? He did the track for it.
Oh, okay.
Him and Barack.
Wow.
Yeah. But we still moving it. Have y'all heard? Man, I'll call you, man. I'll call you after this.
Yeah. I know you're doing your thing, and people are waiting. I'm glad I got through. I told the guy who put me on hold, I said, he'll remember my name.
Oh, yeah. When I see Kakum Shakur, I'm like, ain't that something? All right, my brother. I'm going to call you up.
Okay. All right.
Shalom. That brother was there. He was there during the week that we went out. And other brothers, we was all in one house and did a 7-day, no food, no water, which is in the spirit. And the 5th day, the Most High gave us his name. And at the 7th day, we was all done and we began to teach, baptizing that name. He was a brother that was there during that time. This is, look how the Most High is gathering. Oh, my. Anyway, woo. Cora has a comment. One day with the Lord is 1,000 years. It was just like 30 seconds ago all that happened. All right. Shalom, how are you?
Shalom, Elder.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that was a Passover gift by the Almighty right there. But go on. I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay, but it said the truth will set you free. Well, I found the truth when I found GOCC Church back in 2013. And once I turned loose with the pagan holidays, I am so free from stress. I might have mentioned this before, but for the new listeners that have known this, this stress of trying to get ready for Christmas. And I remember one year I was making my $3. I was making their Easter clothes. I stayed up all night, then went to 6 o'clock Easter sunrise service and nodded through all the service. And so, but I don't go through that anymore. It's just
good.
Observing all these present holidays. I just breeze right through them and enjoy myself. Friday, I cooked the roasted lamb. We had our dinner and everything, and everything just went fine.
Look at that.
So free of stress, just stress-free and so peaceful, and everything is just great.
Well, sister, did you notice that when our people found out that we were the people, that we were the actual people of the Bible and began to come back to the knowledge of being Israel and that Christ was actually a man who looked exactly like us? Do you notice when we started believing in that and knowing that in number, did you recognize that the whole earth turned atheist?
Well, I know that.
As long as we believe that they were the people, they were the authority of the book, and that we were Gentiles, I mean, you couldn't find an atheist anywhere. It seems like it tilted the scales once to let you know, even though they act like they aren't looking, the other nations are watching. Because everything we started saying on the street and all that, don't think they didn't go back into their records and they studied, I'm talking about the Gentiles, whether you white, Chinese, whoever you are. They were studying what we were teaching just to gainsay us, just to say, no, you're wrong, and couldn't find anything to the contrary. And they started looking at the book and was like, oh, they are the people. Well, you know what? If we're not the people and there's no authority, no spiritual authority we can have over them, what good is the book? I would rather go Zen. Okay, listen, you couldn't find a Buddhist statue after they found out we were Israelites. They were all Christians until they found out that we were the people. Ain't that something? Go on. You couldn't now you can't find a Buddhist. You know what I mean? They sitting there with their legs crossed. They got their hand up like that. I'm like, they just sitting there like they doing yoga now.
Yes, they are. But I have also found that in trying to, inform, or instruct my fellow man about this, I get pushback. Well, especially like from family. Well, mommy, you shouldn't try to force your religion and beliefs on other people. You know what I'm trying to, explain, why we shouldn't be eating this and that, and why we shouldn't be celebrating ours. I'm told I shouldn't be trying to, impress my religion and ideas on other people. And all I'm trying to do is just inform them.
Yeah, you try to help them.
So, but I get pushback for trying to inform people.
Yeah, hey, never stop. Teach the gospel. The world needs it. All right?
All right.
Okay. Thank you, sister.
Have a good evening. Shalom.
Shalom. I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you right now. I told y'all the world is going crazy. I mean, they got a full, I'm going to tell you, the world going crazy. Ever since they found out we was the people, they just went totally left. You got grown men with wigs getting women of the year. All types of stuff going on in the earth right now. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. You got a full-grown man that's beating women on swimming teams. Just, just straight up, just a full-fledged man must be called a woman and shattering every record. And I'm waiting for an MB type character to join the WNBA to totally just smash that thing. Just let Embiid with a wig on, just go through. He gonna smash that up, and I think after that, Babylon will totally fall. Let me tell you.
Absolutely, because
hold up. I'm gonna tell you, when you live in a world that disrespect, you talking about the disrespect of women, would minimize the power and the grace that comes with being a woman to a degree where a grown man can now take over, control everything and be called a woman of the year. It's over. It's over. And I'm just waiting for the last. I'm ready for an MB type character to just be 360 dunking on him. Just like, listen, let's get this thing over with. I'm gonna tell you, It's over, folks. But go ahead. I'm going to be talking about that next week. We in Passover week. I'm going to keep things on Passover zones. But let me tell you, this world has gone back crazy since they found out we were Israel. It's like, listen, since we don't have no authority spiritually, we going all the way left. But go ahead. What you have to say, Elder Gabar?
Yeah. I was reading an article a few weeks back that was stating that that every society that has collapsed in past history is when they begin to question gender and begin to be fluid with gender. And the Roman Empire, that was, one of the many things that collapsed and things of that nature, that anytime you break away from the family structure, man, women, children, and man being the protector, women being the comforter and all that, once they start experimenting with gender, that's the beginning of the end for any society. And I want to also see, going back to these guys that are, breaking records, with wigs on, or what have you, in the transgender community. Why is it we don't see women that are transitioning into men competing with men? Why you only see men that are transitioning to women competing with women? If we want to have equal situation, right? Shouldn't that be if a woman should compete? A transgender woman who wants to be a man should be go compete in boxing or something like that.
Yeah, but the reality is they wouldn't make the team.
Exactly, and they know that.
They wouldn't make the team. So the whole deal is there's a genetic construct that makes a man. Okay? And it doesn't matter what you take. Nothing's going to change you from that initial biology. But the reality is what they're doing on purpose is shattering. They're shattering common sense on purpose. This is warfare. Up is down, left is right, male is female, female is male. This is how you deconstruct an empire. Where there's no absolutes, no line anywhere when it comes to behavior. That's the end of society. All right. And without the Bible, which is the measuring tool of all of this, there's no way to actually get a grip on holding these people at bay as far as their behaviors. They're not going to stop. They've let the nuts out, and the nuts are controlling everything. It don't get any credit. Listen, this is why the Most High told Lot, listen, get your family together. Right? And get out of town. Because this thing is only good. The only thing this thing is good for is fire.
And what's crazy about it is that we're actually seeing a society that is being destroyed within in real time.
They're imploding it. They're doing it.
It's and no standing army. It's this society is collapsing. We're seeing it in real time. That now, what is it? Is a gender? Is a society spectrum, right? Or society concept? It's not reality. You're only a man because society tells you a man, right? You're only a woman because society tells you a woman. That it's amazing what Esau can convince himself. Because if let's just say transgender was only a thing that only Mexican suffer from, or you get only some rare disease or scenario you only see is the epiphany of white privilege.
Yeah, so you have to realize it's a Trojan horse. It has really nothing to do with, but it's making it where society can have no peace, no rest at any. It's really. It's psychological warfare. Okay, that's what it is. That's why they in the media and government is pushing this, because what they're doing is they're totally dismantling society or reality as we know it, and it's on purpose. It's on purpose. And like I said, when I seen that grown dude swimming when he got out of that pool, and he's shattering records. And I'm like, you know what? And I seen these Karens, these white women and all that saying, this is not right. I'm like, listen, you didn't say it was wrong when you were using it as a political tool against us.
Right.
So now we are to look at this. And I listen, just get your popcorn ready because Karen ain't going to go for it. This battle is between them and Karen.
Yeah, this is an attack on
I'm like, listen, y'all let them loose on society when y'all needed to circumvent us to take away our civil rights and finances that were for our people. You thought those nut jobs was going to stop with us? They're going to implode all of society. But I think that's all I can say right now. I'm going to deal with this show next week. Gabar.
Okay, so Elder, so what you're saying is that these curses that were on us now is crossing over?
It's crossing over. It's on them now.
Okay.
You don't forget, because we're beginning to follow the law, they must tip the balance with lawlessness. Right? So now they're going to let the nihilists and all the lawlessness to try to circumvent us coming into our power. So this is them using social kamikazes to if they can't rule, they'd rather dismantle everything. So that's where we are. Yeah. That's where we are right now. So social kamikazes, nut jobs. And listen, they'll put a woman midget with a beard. Okay. They'll just give her a role as a man. A woman midget with a beard, just because it's about changing the social construct of the norm to tip the balance. So we're going to be seeing all types of weird stuff going on, which is really a sign. And not only that, another thing it is, Elder Gabar, it's a bait and switch. They'll have us looking this way at all this nonsense they're creating, knowing that they are about to wage war on the earth, physical war. So they must use what? You got it. Psychological warfare to have us be confused with all these entanglements of society. And at that point, they're going to start putting in laws to take away guns, pedophilia, real warfare. Man, I'll deal with this next Wednesday. Babylon the Great is falling forever. Next Wednesday, we're gonna go into what Babylon got for you. And the whole thing. Listen to this, Gabar. I'm gonna say this. If they can do this to reconstruct even to deconstruct the white family, because what do you think they're planning against others? If they're willing to have a barely 6-foot dude on a women's swim team to disturb suburbia.
I see. So it looks like it's not about it's not about black and white anymore.
No.
Right.
No, it's not black or white.
There's something else. It's
time for the Gentiles to join ranks. It's time for them to come all the way in.
Gotcha. Right, because it's not only happening in the ghettos anymore.
Yeah, Buddha ain't gonna help you through this one. You better find the children of Israel. All right. All right. Let's get the next one. I only got a few more. Cora has a comment. Cora. Yes, Cora.
Oh, I've already been on. Bro.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cora. That's right. Okay, Zachary has a comment. Thank you, Cora, for helping us with that. Zachary has a comment. And I'm telling you, I'm just waiting for. Listen, I'm just sitting back. You know what I mean? I have my my flatbread crackers, and I'm just sitting back, just watching this whole thing unfold. And I'm gonna tell you, it's coming. A full-fledged Embiid with a blonde wig on, who identify as a woman in the WNBA. That's gonna change everything out. Hey, what? It's coming. All right, where's Zachary at?
Hello, Elder.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to edify. This is Zach we was talking to a few weeks ago.
Yes, Zach.
Yeah, that was purposely done to prove a point that was took dramatic measures. Didn't really mean to misconstrue or mislead anything or get you in like a low point or whatever. But I love how you structured that, how you landed it in the right way at the end. But I just wanted to make known that Esau purposely taught us a religion, Christianity, Islam, etc., whatever religion people want to talk about, because they didn't want Israel to rise as a nation in order for us to connect with our God, Ahia,
That's
like
true.
we're supposed to.
That's true.
They the Romans, Europeans, the Jesuits, now this nonsense with Ukraine, they all want to teach us to hate our true origin and history of the Bible, so we wouldn't know who we are.
Okay, that's true.
So they trying to, especially because I was at Passover. That was the most beautiful thing was me is what you did with the babies when you called them come up to the stage.
Yeah.
So when you at that young age and you going to church and Bible study and all that, when you going to Bible study in the Christian church, not we really knowing because we ignorant to the truth of what we supposed to be learning. The Esau, the bloodline, is trying to confuse Jacob bloodlines, trying to insult your cognitive mind, how you think, to contradict our forefathers' accomplishments, the tribe of Judah, because constantly running around the world, people just think literally the point, plenty of people of our nation, like they just comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what people doing? Like they just chilling in the grocery aisle, like reading the magazine. I mean, it's time it's time to get serious. Cause I mean, I'm gonna say again, my intention wasn't to misconstrue or demeaning the true doctrine when I brought that up about Deuteronomy. I did that to prove a point to all the wickedness and everything going around secret societies and putting around dirt and stealing your information and doing all this crazy stuff on YouTube to make the proof a point, the clean house, elder. It's younger people watching you too. You should change a lot of young people's life. Christianity versus the true order of knowing you're an Israelite, the poor value of Christian belief.
Okay, I got to get to the next call, my brother. So let's segue in. Just tie it up for me real quick.
One more thing, Elder. The last thing I'm gonna say. I follow you because you feed over and over again, getting educated on the correct way, and the truth, the strategy, and the intangibles. Watching you changes my life and inspires me. Watching you be confident and bold. Watching you teach our nation blesses my soul on a deep level. So, I mean, it's a lot I wanted to say, but I know I'm ready to have a lot of time, so I'll get be able to tell you the rest, I guess, one day when we meet up, or I'll send you an email or something.
Well, thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. Great call.
Or could you call me later on when you have time?
I will call you, my brother. All right, bless you, Zachary. Good speaking with you.
Kwam Yasharah, Elder.
Okay, all right.
Kwam Yasharah.
Kwam Yashala, my brother. Kwam Yashala. That brother, yeah. Dedicated brother. Yeah, let me show you some madness that are going on that I'm going to be talking about next Wednesday since we're here. And I think I'm going to cover this in the news articles, how they letting the satanic freaks out against our children next, using the same campaign they did that led to what we're seeing now. Right? Real quick. Let me show you real quick. Let's show you. Now, when you see this woman right here, they always try to put up a sister as a front piece to make you believe that there's some accomplishments are being had that can help our people because a black woman or a black man has been chosen for a high office, as if that's some type of achievement. Right? So when you see this woman, Ketanji Brown Jackson, you usually see her by herself like that and make you say, go on, girl. Go on, girl. We've made it. But nah. See, this is her husband or handler. Okay? But they will never show you this guy in the black neighborhood. Right? That's her husband. Right? Now, you can marry who you want. That's your business. But there's some sketchy things going on concerning all of the sex offenders she gave a light sentence to as judge. But she was able to lock up a lot of our people. This is not an accomplishment. If this woman, she got certified through Biden on the Supreme Court, which means we can see going forward a lot of lax laws concerning pedophilia, where pedophilia going to become a preference. Because what they do is they find women like her as children and groom them into position and use them as front people, as if what she's bringing forth represents us. And everything she's dealing with is immoral. She's immoral. The people that's around her are immoral. And they're going to use her as a front piece to pass laws that will make pedophilia legal. Watch.
And Elder,
watch.
I gotta say something if you don't mind.
No, go on.
I don't know if it's you, but I know that there's a pattern of type of sisters they put in front of, as leadership.
Men haters. They put women in position who they know has a problem with the black man.
Yeah, it's like, let's go down the list. Remember Free Make Mills? Remember that sister?
Yeah.
That was the judge. Pamela Harris, our vice president. She has a history of locking up black men. And withholding evidence that could have freed those men.
Yep. You're right.
She was very tough on crime with particular black men. And this sister here, same situation. But what is scary is now it's a caveat. She's light on pedophile. She's hard on crime when it comes to our people. But pedophilia, she's lighter. That's a twist for me.
Yeah. See, and a lot of the, but for some of us, because they think we're stupid, that's good enough. They put a black woman in front smiling, not realizing she was groomed. No telling what she went through to get to that position. Under Biden, too. Mm-hmm. So, listen, hold up. Chapat said this. Chapat brought forth proof that the next agenda that they were pushing 7 years ago, elders in the academy, he said, listen, they're going to use the same political construct through the media that led to same-sex marriage to make pedophilia a sexual preference. And this is why they're going from either side. A man can be a whatever, a woman can be whatever, because then what? You can have a grown man who identifies as a 16-year-old. Mm-hmm. If a man can say that he's a woman, how can you stop him from claiming that he's really a 15 or 16-year-old inside? Mm-hmm. So the next level, so all of this was leading to this. Child sacrifice, Moloch, creating reprobates, grown men and women dealing with children without any criminal recourse was the plan. Same thing happened during the time of Lot. As it was in Sodom and Gomorrah, it has now been made legal right under everyone's noses while they're looking at the Ukraine. no children anywhere are safe. But I'm gonna leave that for next week. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. I just noticed that pattern, and for those that may be hearing this show, this show is worldwide, so you may have non-believers listening, and may misunderstand what we're saying. We're not saying that black women are evil or black women are against black men. What I'm saying is that they are choosing certain black sisters.
Yeah.
We do know that we have sisters out there in the forefront fighting with us.
Yeah.
And they know, and they're against the sisters. They're being put in the front line to represent our people. So we don't want people to misconstrue what we're saying.
Hey, Gabar, we sat there last weekend and seen a house full of thousands and thousands of women who would never fall to such depths against their own
They're
people.
not putting those sisters up.
So yeah, exactly. So, but these are people who are groomed.
Exactly.
They find these people young in school and groom them for these political positions. And there's all types of sexual depravity and all that has to go down for them to get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
And these are they that they'll dress up, put makeup up, and make you believe that it's a black achievement. When these people don't none of them represents us.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what they do. What I'm doing, I'm looking into her husband.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking into, because they always have him play in the background and make it think that she's a go-getter. She's got some power. She's a mover and shaker. Nah, she's not.
Yeah.
She's a face to make us believe that we have accomplished something, but our children aren't safe with people like this in position.
Absolutely.
And then what they're going to do when the hell hits the fan, what are they going to do? The same thing they did with Barack Obama. They're going to say, well, listen, it was your people who wanted those laws passed. That was a black woman who pushed that. The same way they didn't push gay marriage. There was no such law allowing gay marriage until they had a black president. So that if we try to push back, knowing that they're going to have a social construct to implode us, because these people, like them Karens, are fighting back. Only one guy swam last week, and the whole suburbs have circled the wagons. But this stuff affects us on our level. Right? So as soon as it happens, they're going to say, well, it was your sister girl who passed these laws in the Supreme Court. And that's why I was like, listen, our people need to move back politically and say, well, listen, no, don't have them use us as sock puppets.
Exactly.
We know that they're using her for a front piece, but we understand what letter people who's behind all of these political positions that they're putting out there with a black face on it. And listen, I don't want to go there because I'm going to leave a lot of this for next Wednesday. All right? I'm going to leave a lot of this for next Wednesday because I need some content for next Wednesday when we talk about what the Hades is going on in Babylon. And a matter of fact, that's what we're going to call it, AC. We're going to name it next Wednesday. What the H asterisk hockey sticks is going on in Babylon. And we're going to start off with the women's swim team. All right, next. All right. Let's go to the next one here. Sam has a question or comment.
I got to pick this up right quick.
Okay, you got to pick it up real quick, Sam. Talk to me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I was just doing some work. I'm with you. How you doing, Elder? God bless.
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to me.
Hey, man, I just want to say I've been following for a while, but this past Passover, I was in awe. You know, I caught the since I believe it was Friday. I don't know if you had anything going on Wednesday, but just watching and seeing everything going on, you know, especially on Saturday, because I was at a wedding with my auntie. But I went to the car and I watched every last minute, even to the point when the thing went off when they were doing the food.
Yeah,
I was on just to make sure I didn't miss a single beat. But I just wanted to say, as watching that, I'm sitting there like why am I here and why I'm not there? You know, because when you get to watch your people celebrating and they're celebrating for the right stuff. Because I'm a man, I've done a lot of things in my life where, not good, but I've strived to do my very, very best, and to watch that, I'm like, why am I not there? So I made a vow that I'll be there. Excellent. The next time. It don't matter what I do, what's going on and all that. But concerning with the holy days, I'm grateful for that because you knew something was not right, but you strive on to continue to, be and whatnot because you don't know what's the right thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when I finally got to the part where you actually started making, like giving the precepts, like, okay, this is the reason why, and I shut everything down. I come from a big family, a huge one.
Yeah.
I'm African by nature, from Sierra Leone.
Okay.
So, So my family is really, really, big, and they're going crazy. I mean, this is one thing. When I, like you said, just mentioned earlier, you'd rather be hot and cold. So I'm the thing. If I'm going to be wrong, I'm going to be wrong all the way. If I'm going to be right, I'm going to be right all the way. Because once you're starting to understand things, I know this much. The devil and God cannot say yes at the same time. Neither can they say no at the same time. So one of us is wrong. Mm-hmm. So we're going to find out who is wrong. So once they go to their opinion, I don't pay that no mind. You go in and say what you need to say. Because, I'm that type of person. I stay my head clean. If I'm onto something, when I feel like I'm right, when God beats me over the head, then I know, okay, I'm going to straighten up. But I found out this is right ever since the first beginning. I seen y'all for the first day. So I just wanted to mention that. And I will say, while I was listening, there was a brother who was on there who did the poem.
Yeah.
Powerful.
Oh man. Did he, the speaking word thing?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Did he bring it or what?
But I was looking through the comments. A sister goes, I wonder if this the brother who did the I was like, nah, I couldn't put it on the thing, but I wanted to tell him like, nah, it's not me. So I just wanted to say that, clarify that, because I was the one who did the poem about 3 weeks ago. I hope to do one today, but I'm out. And I had 3 lined up because I missed when y'all doing the conversation about Africa, but I couldn't get on. But last week y'all was not. So I hope to do something today, but I don't have my content with me, so apologies for that. But I hope next Wednesday, I'll be able to, give y'all 4.
Okay, well, have it together. But when you come on, understand that we're going to be dealing in some deep waters when you come on next Wednesday. Understand?
It's all right.
No, I'm telling you, I'm talking about some deep waters. There's going to be some deep waters when you come on next Wednesday.
All right.
Because
I got no problem.
I'm gonna show you what's coming to a swimming pool near you. Straight up.
Hey, I got no problem with scuba diving. All right,
as long as the Lord with me, man.
I'm good with that.
You're not gonna be able to put your daughter in these waters. Next Wednesday, we coming with it. All right.
All right.
All right.
But I wanted to say something. Through the Spirit, if you allow me to speak freely, and so I realized
hide your kids, hide your wife. But go on.
Yes, sir.
I'm listening to you.
I say I realized this ever since I saw y'all. And I know this. I don't know how I know. I just know in my heart to heart this is, I don't know, it's true for me. Ever since I saw y'all, I realized when the history books are rewritten, and I believe they will. I believe GOCC.
Oh, yeah.
You, Elder Recall, Elder Lawyer, Elder Gabar, and all the rest, and even to the hers of the ministry. Y'all name, we will be reading it like we're reading of the Moseses today, the Joshua and all that. I believe that in my heart of hearts. And I know you know it for a fact, but I know because of humility, you cannot speak that out of your words. So I say I allow myself to speak that in that sense, because ever since I got here, I've experienced your spirit on different levels, and if you allow me to speak that, I know that for true, because I remember the first time there was a lady who came on there, who I believe is a pastor somewhere, and she goes on to try to battle you on some different levels and whatever the case. And the way you handle her, I can't even remember, but I was like, man, that is some powerful brother right there, elder, and I want to be part of that. And then there was another couple of guys who came on, try to say this or say that, and then you will correct them on different levels. And then I believe it was a Gentile. I don't know if I'm wrong or right, but he came about the money issue. He was like, man, just call me whenever. You don't have to worry about money. And I know you didn't take it because, yeah, I still in the same position. But more importantly, it was I myself. Because I don't know if you remember, the first time we called, after I listened to a lot of people and all that, I came on there trying to act like I know something. You know what I'm saying? So I began to rat off my mouth like, yeah, and these was your exact words. Because the Spirit, you knew. You were like, brother, stop being knowledgeable. Just say what you had to say. I was like, oh man, he found out. Like, he knew. So after that, I know, I know you knew. I know you know, and I know you are well versed in what you are doing. So I know this much, sir. I write quotes. I'm the one who do the poems. Like I said, I don't have my material with me.
All right.
But if I got some T-shirt ideas, if y'all want to use it, man, it's there. So I just want to say, I spoke to Brother Jermaine because I've asked a couple of times to call me. I was in Florida because I moved around a couple of times. I was in Maryland, but there was no church around me. But I'm back in Jersey. But I know y'all do got one right here because this is where I moved to when I came from Florida. I'm back here helping my family out because we have some need or whatnot. So I hope to get in touch with somebody out here, or even possibly if I could get on the phone with you, or we could talk about some things, because I have some things that I think I could use if not in that matter. So I don't know. I just wanted to say that right quick, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, my brother. And be here for next Wednesday, man. The next Wednesday, I believe we're going to keep it good. And brother, we're going to keep it within the boundaries of the rules. All right.
Yes, sir.
But
yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you, it's going to get real deep. Real deep next Wednesday when we go into what the H. hockey sticks is going on.
Hey, I'm ready. I'm ready for war. I'm prepared. I think that's a new T-shirt. There's a new T-shirt
in Babylon.
Oh,
we talking about brother. We're gonna be talking about some deep waters. We talking about
yes, sir.
We talking about.
Oh man, this is good. I'm in the right place. I am surely in the right place, and I praise the Most High.
Next Wednesday, man. Next Wednesday. All right.
I'll be there. I call.
All right, my brother. Have your poem ready.
Yes, sir.
We talking some deep waters. All right, my brother. Shalom.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All
God bless.
right.
Shalom to you.
Bless you.
Good evening, everybody. Lawyer and
we got you. We only got a few more calls. Yes. We only got a few more. All right. 757 area code. A few more calls, and then we'll digress. Shalom.
Shalom.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. This corn pop.
Corn pop. Okay. Hey, how you doing?
About a bus.
All right. Okay. Talk to me.
Yeah, I just want to say that this was my first Passover, and it was nothing short than amazing. Again, my name is Charles from the Virginia Body. I'm Charles from the Virginia Body. It was amazing, and I never felt it was. I was telling my wife we were on our way back to Virginia, and I was like, it was something different, something very different about the whole gathering.
Oh yeah.
You know, I try to, you know, try to tell people, yeah, we dressed up, yeah, they fed, we fed a lot of people, and it was a gathering, it was real nice. And to a carnal mind person that's outside the truth, oh yeah, that sounds nice, but you only had to be there.
Yeah.
You know, you really couldn't get the element of the chemistry there everybody genuinely look in your face and really want to know how you're doing. And it was the only way you can stop talking to people. You got to understand, I'm gonna be here forever talking to you. You know.
Oh yeah, I mean,
And,
brother, I tell people, unless you were there was a certain presence. Like I said, you don't know what it is unless you had the experience. And I've been to many Passovers. There was something different here. Listen, and not that any of them doesn't take away from any of the past Passovers, but it seems as if as we come closer to the kingdom, something is happening from Passover to Passover that's bringing a different type of togetherness amongst the body. Yeah. The spirit was there, man. But go on. I digress.
And you speaking about the holidays, you know, around that time, there's a lot of depression and suicides around that time. And there's just serving the Gentiles' holy days it has side effects or I would say it's downfall. But when you celebrate the holy days, all of it is good. All of it is good.
You know what I found? Know that I find that's deep. That the holy days was always an indicator for the controllers to know whether or not our people have awakened. It has always been the indicator for them. They don't care if you are Islam, Assalamu alaikum, and all that. Soon as you talk about being a Hebrew, an Israelite, or following the holy days, automatically it's like that movie They Live. They all come together by themselves and say, I think we have one who can see. That have always been the indicator to know that that Christ have broken us away from the programming.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, that's how deep the holy days, because now, why? That's a different frequency. That means we've broken the frequency of the world that keeps us captive and are connecting directly to the throne. And they know that because there's nothing they have taught in their schools, religious institutions that could have actually conveyed this information. And it's like they get together and say their God is speaking to them again.
Yeah.
When
with that, I digress.
Exactly. And even if you are an atheist, they don't even care. They're rather, even if you told your family you don't believe in God, they'll be fine with it. As long as you come to Christmas, as long as you're still doing the holidays, the things that brings you together under that spirit. But just say that you're following the Bible and you're a Hebrew and you believe in God and you're following the Passover, automatically the world comes against you. I'm going to tell you, I believe that's the chief indicator. Every year during so-called cuffing season, near when people are done what they had to do in the spring and summer, and now they trying to find somebody so that they're not looked at as strange for the holidays, festivities and gatherings. You notice I be getting calls every year when one person wake up, a husband or wife, girlfriend or boyfriend, and one decide that they're not celebrating Christmas anymore. It's a big fallout. I'm going to tell you, that's the greatest indicator in this world to know whether or not someone is truly woke. You have the last word on that, but go on.
But I would like to say, I mean, if Tabernacles, I was able to go ahead and get closer to my home body, and this Passover, I was able to get closer to people that I even seen on Facebook and able to get put the face with the person. But I was sure enough looking for sunshine. I sure enough was, but
yeah.
With all praises.
I call it cuffing season because no sooner the sun come out in springtime, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As soon as springtime comes, it's about giving us some space. But go on.
But yeah, I'm gonna say this. Around these holy days, it feels like it's the Most High believing me to speak to people and things like that. And I think it's he say it's fishermen and we turn into hunters.
Yeah,
so that's what that's what I feel right now around this time is like, you know, God is leading us to speak to people, even with this energy that we take from that Passover. And it's still here with me today. So
yeah,
I praise the Most High for that.
brother.
And
I'm
Shalom
still
to all
riding
the
that
deacons and
spirit,
elders.
man, from last week, from this
Yeah.
weekend. It was nothing like it. It was nothing
Oh
like
my
it, and
goodness
it's
gracious.
time for us to
Oh
move this
my
spirit
God.
straight from the heavens here on earth, and warn our people that if they think this whack thing they've created through media with the Ukraine thing, how it's going to indirectly hurt our people. I'm going to be going into that too this coming Sabbath. But thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
But shalom to all the deacons and elders and all the saints and nations out there. Shalom.
Thank you, brother. And yeah, last weekend, hey, this was some Passover. Bless you, my brother. I can't wait till the next one.
All right.
Bless you.
All
right. Next, we have 561 area code. 561 area code. Matter of fact, hold on. That's Africa. I'm gonna get the call from Africa in one moment. Hold on. 561 area code. (561).
Hello.
You're live with the Gather of Christ Church weekly broadcast.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm blessed. You're live.
Thank you so much for taking my call.
Okay.
I was just wondering about two things, actually. Where it says in the Bible on Revelation 13, verses 11, in regards to the red, quote unquote, red dragon with two horns.
Okay, Revelation.
Talking about
Revelation 13 and 11. And I beheld the beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. So you're trying to ask in particular, what is that speaking about?
Is that talking about the major religions that we, the Israelites, are involved in and are truly deceived in?
Well, no, it's just speaking of what he's seen physically. Like what he's seen was this dragon come up with two horns, but then it represented two separate things, right? It's like a lamb because it seemed harmless, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet the words was the words of deceit.
Mm-hmm.
Like a dragon. This is
like
actually attached to that same beast that came out of the waters of blasphemy. So they'll use the lamb like Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And usually when they speak, they're calm, they're relaxed, they're using what? Psychology like a lamb. But in their hearts is what? Deceit, destruction, and death.
Okay, so you don't think that has to do with Christianity and Islam, considering that they're both...
Well, both of them are a part of the beast. It's not just saying, well, two horns, one Christianity and one Islam, because they both were created. Islam and Christianity came out of the Roman Catholic Church. So both of them appear as what? A lamb, harmless. But look at what has happened to our people since following those two religions. We've been totally decimated by the dragon. So it's talking about the overall ideology that would come from Rome. Got it?
Yes. Another question, extremely important.
Yeah.
In regards to, in regards to the, kind of just lost my train of thought. Okay. In regards to, let's say, that we're so lost into those two religions.
Yeah.
And we are calling ourselves Christian. However, I did some good research, and I did find out that prior to us calling ourselves Christians, there were many Christs prior to the Negro Messiah as Christ.
I don't understand what you mean by that in
followers-
particular when you say there was many Christ. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. The followers of Serapis Christus were also called Christians. And he was also considered as a Christ. And I'm starting to think that everything that was handed to us in some way has been a lie, and we have to undo everything, because the followers of Serapis Christus, way before the Messiah came, the real Messiah.
When you say before the Messiah came, are you saying before Christ came?
Yes, before the Messiah, the Messiah, the one that died, the one that the apostles were following, the one that we called Christ.
Okay,
right now.
Where did you get that? Who told you that?
Well, it's some deep research that I was able to look into in some books. I'll find it. And the followers of Serapis Christus were also called Christians.
Okay, well, okay. No, hold up. Let me level set this for you, okay? You ran into some false philosophy that also runs into, from that point, into the Merovingian thing. The Jesuits put all those misdirections out there that would lead to atheist thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So that portion you just talking about, you can actually bury that because that doesn't exist.
So you don't think if they lied to us in regards to everything,
No.
in regards
Listen,
to
sister, listen.
I know there was
I'm not going to think at all. I need you to you have your Bible because you gave me Revelation.
Yeah.
Okay. Go to Acts 11. Let me know when you're there.
Uh-huh.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm almost there. Yes. Uh-huh.
Are you at Acts 11?
I'm there.
Okay, I need you to read the 26th verse.
Give me 1 second. I'm home and my Wi-Fi, I thought it would open up. If you can, okay, now it's holding 1 second, please. Okay.
You told me you had Acts 11.
Okay.
You have Acts 11?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You do? This time?
Yes, sir.
Read the 26th
And
verse.
when he had found him, he brought him unto Antioch. And it came to pass that a whole year they assembled themselves with the church and taught much people. And the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch. Yes, I get that.
Okay, we're gonna get it. You ain't get it yet. So this is where the disciples are first called Christians. Now, if you got some Christians before that, what you're telling me is that we need to do something about this verse.
Yes, let me tell you why. Because
why we need to do something about this verse.
Let me tell you why. Don't forget, the Romans and the Greeks also had their Babylon gods, in which they thought also were anointed and were also called the Christ.
Okay.
Now,
hold up. Listen, because I'm only in the Bible. Show me that in the Bible.
Okay, I'll show you. It's not in the Bible.
Okay. All right. Hold up. I need you to say that again. Say it once more.
It's not in the Bible.
Okay, so this is what okay, listen. So what you're asking me to do is go into some, don't make me pull that swimming picture up. You're asking me to go into uncharted waters, and we know what's in there.
Yes, but just kind of get a little bit of what I'm trying to say.
No, I know what you're trying. Listen, sister, you're not the first person who actually said that to me. You know that? I've heard that. I heard that in 1994.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not bringing some new discovery here.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, considering the Greeks and the Romans did not accept the Negro, the black real Messiah. Okay, could it be that they use that name, which I don't even think it's.
What you mean?
even
Could
in
it be?
Hebrew?
It ain't no could it be, right, sister? Is it fact what you're saying?
Okay. Well, the followers of Serapis
Sister, listen. I'm asking you, is it fact?
Yes.
Could someone have made that up? What you've read from a different source, could that have been created by somebody? Could a liar?
Yes.
Thank you. So I need you to read Acts. Ain't no but. But means you need me to hear something that could have been made up. So until you figure out who made that up, I need you to read Acts 11 and 26 again.
Yes, but when
No, ain't no but. Listen, read Acts 11, sister. We about to go through to the next call. Acts 11 and 26. Read that.
When he had found him, he brought him unto Antioch, and it came to pass that a whole year they assembled themselves with the church and taught much people. And the disciples were called Christians first at Antioch.
Okay, hold up. Ain't no but. Listen. Excuse me.
Yes.
All right. It's time. It's time. No, don't worry about it. It's okay. Hey, I told. Hey, okay. I need you to read Colossians 2 and 8 for me. Go to Colossians 2 and 8, sister.
Colossians 2 and 8. Okay.
Now, and I'm telling you that what you've just said came from some nonsense someone told me about 30 years ago almost. And guess what? I went through this, believe it or not, I went through this same exercise to ask, can you verify the information you're bringing forth?
I can verify the quote from where it does say that, where it's written, quote unquote, from one of the guys, the Greek gods that were there, that did call the followers of Serapis Christians. That I can verify.
Okay, sister, this is circular because it's going nowhere. Because you can't tell me, you just said you cannot confirm whether or not that was made up. Colossians, no. You know, this is where we ended. Colossians 2 and 8. Read that.
Okay. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy. My thing just came off. Through philosophy and vain deceit. Yes, I'm totally aware of that.
Okay, well, listen. No, you shouldn't just be aware of that. You know what you should be? You should be cognitive that this applies to you if you're pushing someone else's philosophy. Because it contradicts what you read in the Bible. So if ain't no but. Listen, if it begin to contradict there, it'll never end. You'll go to another source that'll make it where anything in the Bible now can be questioned.
So do you deny that there were other anointed?
Sister, I deny everything you're saying concerning this because you don't know the artificer. I mean, you don't know the original author of what you're bringing forth. That's a secular scenario that was put out there to have people question the truth of the first church being called Christians.
So you don't think that the Greeks could have projected?
Listen, I don't care, sister. I don't care what the Greeks. Listen, I don't care what the Greeks could have thought. They don't have nothing to do with Israelites and Christians because what? We taught the Gentiles. So whatever they was dealing with, who could care? I could care less about what the Greeks was talking about. We taught the Greeks. We taught the Romans. So I advise you to erase that and learn again. Okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Have a good night.
All right. Someone calling from Africa. Now, see, before you go there, brother, the reason I had to do that, brothers and sisters, because this is what happens. They don't understand what happens when they start pulling little threads of philosophy. Greeks were known for philosophy. And what she don't realize, what she's breaking down is what atheists use to discredit the New Testament and say other people were being called Christians. And now the whole philosophy comes with that on the outside of the Bible that actually oppose the book she claims to believe in. See? So when you start pulling threads, where would it lead? That means the Bible isn't true when it says they were called Christians first there. See? So if I can start questioning that, then, hey, who's to say that we're really Israelites? Maybe the Babylonians called some other people Israelites at a certain time before we were called Israel. Unconfirmed. You see how far this goes, folks? Beware lest anyone spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit. You have to know the intentions of why they've been putting that out there so that it can discredit the Christians Christ established. That's why it was put out there. Right. Yes, brother. Elder Lloyd, you got something to say on that, or you good?
I'm good.
All right.
Good.
All right. Okay, we got a brother. Are you from Africa?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. And I'm trying to help brothers and sisters out real quick before you go on. Because some people be Googling stuff and think that, that they've found the gate that leads into paradise. Oh, they never talked about this. I found Christo. I find there is no Greeks. I'm telling her that I was debating a guy on the street who came with that nonsense 20-something years ago. And say, okay, what is the origin of your source? And you know what I heard from that? Crickets. But, crickets. Yes, brother.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Happy Passover.
This guy Limo. Happy Passover, sir. And
the floor is yours.
It was a refreshing moment. This Lemuel.
I know it is. How you doing, Lemuel? Happy Passover. How was your Passover?
Happy Passover, sir. And then happy
told you we're going in some deep waters right now.
Lawyer Gaba. Yes, sir. Yeah. So just a quick one on the lady's comment. I think it ended when she said it is not in the Bible. What I want our brethren to know that the Bible is our constitution, and everything ends in that. So anything that has nothing to do with the Bible, we have nothing to do with that. So that was where the conversation ended for me. But first and foremost, I would want to thank the Most High and also thank you for allowing yourself once and again. I will always say that for Most High to use you mightily. You are being used to save a whole, generation all across the world. And I thank the elders, able men who are beside you, the lawyer, the Gaba, and all the elders, bishop, deacon, and deaconesses, and all those who are involved administratively. We had a good night, 2 nights here, and when I saw the footages at Pittsburgh, I said, wow, this is something else.
Oh, yeah.
What I see and what I feel, Musa raising a community within this crooked and perverse generation. When we see the love out there, the unity, some of the brethren were commenting and said, this thing, is so awesome. And we thank the Most High so much for, raising you. I know you've gone through a lot, but we know that you've been able to stand in all these tests, the trials. It is not by yourself, that Most High was with you. And we in Africa want to assure you, as we always do, we are behind you solidly every single day. We are praying for you and the entire elders, the leadership of GOCC.
Thank you,
I always
brother.
say, I tell people this, GOCC, we trace our lineage or our background from that first century church that Yeshua through the apostles established. Because anybody who take time keenly to really go into it, you realize that everything that is being taught by GOC is what the first century were being taught. We're talking about the doctrines of Christ. And look at the Passover. I'm in Africa. And when I see the time, the calendar, we in spring season in Africa, you see it clearly, the changing of the season, longer days, shorter nights, and then longer days. You see it flawlessly. And I'm so grateful to the Most High for bringing us to this, body. Appointed time, we will tell our story, how we came in and all that. I know the right time will come. And it's amazing. We feel so much at home. We had 2 great nights, and it was amazing. And indeed, like a brother said earlier on, there was something else. And he also even attested to it that, yes, you have seen Passover again and again, but this one, there was something special. Yes, we are getting closer. As the scripture says, our salvation is nearer than when we believed. And that is what is going on. So we thank the Most High. And we want also, also to thank you that we were praying, hey, people of the Macedonia, turn unto us, come and help us. And gradually we are getting there. I thank you so much, Elder. I thank Elder Gaba, for being able to help us, get in contact, guiding us, and now Elder Shapat was something else. And we are very much humble and grateful. The body is so poised. We had a great opening. Elder Shapat speaking with the whole body here in Ghana, where we have 3 bodies coming together from Accra, Kumasi, and then that of Cape Coast. And Elder Shapat opened the ground for us on Skype video, and it was amazing.
Great.
And we want to say that Elder Musa continue to protect you, grant you wisdom, and our one prayer we always pray that he continue to protect you and deliver you from wicked and unreasonable men, and open doors for this gospel to reach the hinterland. And I know this is just the beginning.
Thank you, my brother.
There's a momentum building up everywhere, and we thank you for that. It is our time. Africa is our time, and we are ready for it. And Elder, thank you so much. This is what I just want to say that. Thank you so much, and Musa continue to bless and protect the work that he's using it to do. Shalom.
Well, thank you, brother.
Shalom.
And yes, you'll see us very soon. Shalom. Brother from Ghana, holding it down. All right. Holding it down in Ghana. Oh, yeah, we're going to be there. We're going to be there soon enough. Accra and all the others.
You know me. I've been pushing for us to start opening up churches in Africa for a long time, so I'm very excited to hopefully the Most High start opening up the doors for we could do some traveling and spread this gospel to the 4 corners.
Oh yeah, it's happening. Oh, hey, just get ready. Get ready, like that song that song y'all heard called "Bye Bye." Y'all gonna be hearing that soon. 773 area code, last call for the night, and get ready. We may call next week's broadcast, Babylon is in deep water. 773 area code. 773 area code. Last call for this evening. Shalom. Watch out. Don't go into the water. And guess what? Jaws, you don't have to worry about Jaws. I'm going to tell you that right now. Don't go into the water. Okay? Last call for this evening. Shalom. You live? Okay, someone messing with their phone. All right, Mika, 323 area code. How you doing, Mika?
Oh, hello. I'm Mika. I'm from the tribe of Judah.
Hey,
GOCC,
how are you?
California. I'm doing fine. And I know that the Most High was getting me prepared for the truth years before I knew the truth. Because the way he used to
hold up. Someone asked and didn't know why is this picture here. This is the woman this is the quote unquote woman that's shattering the records for women's swim teams all around the earth. You know what I mean? Identifying. You know?
Oh, praise him.
So that's what's going on in Babylon right now. So if your little girl get in the waters, y'all seen Man on Fire when Denzel hit those sticks. And hey, when this jump off, this guy's already at the end. I'm sorry, I don't know. It's already at the end of the pool before they get in. But we're gonna be talking about that next week. Okay, but go on. Babylon and deep waters.
Yeah.
Mika, what you have to say?
Yeah, so like I said, the Most High was preparing me for the truth years before I even knew the truth, because he used to like chastise me so tough to the point where I used to be like, do he hate me? Because I'm like, the things that were happening to me, I didn't really see it happening to other people that were around me to that extent. Like if certain sins I would commit, I would get punished to the max.
Hold up.
But now I
Hey,
understand.
listen. I was just being facetious. Okay. What y'all seen in those waters real quick was a full man in a woman's bathing suit, shattering women records. Okay, but go on, sister. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So now I understand why the Most High chastened me the way he did, because I was very hard-headed. You know, there would be things that he would tell me not to do, and I would do them, and I would do wrong things knowing that they were wrong. But the way he chastened me, you know, it put this fear in me, and it's helping me to be so obedient to him now because of those chastisements. And I tried to help my mom.
So,
my
sister,
mom, you know, well, now she's passed away.
I'm sorry about that. When you say chastisement,
that's okay.
What do you mean by chastisement? What did you know? What was going on that had you know that the hand of God was in your life chastising you? Like, what happened? That had you know, like, okay,
well,
the Most High is his presence is purging me. So what was going on?
Okay. Well, for one, he spoke to me one time, okay? Like the way you're talking to me right now, like I know it sounds crazy, but he spoke to me. There was this guy that I really liked, and I was getting ready to get in the shower, and I heard a voice tell me, leave him alone. And so when I got out the shower, it was like a welt underneath my eye, and it looked like a long teardrop, but it was like a welt. You know, it's just the way it looked. And I continued to see the guy. Okay, I didn't stop, despite the voice I heard.
Okay.
And I ended up losing my job, wrecking my car. The guy became a drug addict. Like all the blessings that the Most High had given me,
everything was taken away. Everything was taken away.
Took them all away.
Yeah.
After
I can understand
I didn't listen to that voice. And I was just so disobedient. You know, he chose me, but let me tell you, I went through a lot because I was so disobedient. But now I understand why he was so hard on me, because now I'm a totally different person. Like I just got baptized about 2 weeks ago under his name, you know, and I'm grateful for that.
So did you go to the Passover?
Even,
were you at the Passover?
No, by that time it was too late because, you know, my church was telling me that I'd have to be baptized before the Passover.
Yeah.
And I had got baptized.
Because it's all
right
baptized
before,
members,
so
yes.
by then
Only
it was too
baptized
late.
members, yes.
Yeah. And another experience I went through, when I went to jail, that was another chastisement from my disobedience. He allowed me to go to jail.
You've been getting,
Yeah.
you
And
went through it. How old are you? How old are you, sister? How old are you?
Well, right now I'm 41.
Oh, okay. And what area?
I'm 41.
What area? What church you were baptized under?
GOCC, California.
Oh, there it is. Well, we'll be seeing you soon also. Well, we're about to break down, sister, because we're past the time. You have the last, I'll give you about 30 seconds, and then we have to make a few announcements. But you got 30 seconds. And I'd like to thank you all for your participation tonight. You're calling in, showing you that the curses of the holiday celebrations have been taken off our people. And hey, the saints are about to come marching in. And I believe, like I mentioned last week, that the Most High is using this church as a key component to gather the children of Israel throughout the four corners of the earth before the end come. And there's no better place I would rather be than in this church right now. I thank the Most High for it. This is an extended family. It's nothing like it. I've been in churches all my life, and I will tell you, there's something different about this. And I'm not just saying it because I'm a part of it. It's something genuine when you got people who come around and who can operate in their own spirit. No one is actually, becoming a cardboard cutout of another leader. Everyone have their own unique spirit. I mean, Houston sent me a box of nothing but look. They gave me they see me drinking tea all the time and sent me a cup with a lion on it with my name on it, and had a sympathy card for my mother. And they didn't send Rice Krispies, they sent Christ Krispies, different flavors, milk and honey, and I'm like, there's something different when it comes to this. And I'm just saying this church teaches me something every time we come together. I mean, it's just genuine love and family. What we would have expected in a church family from the beginning. I just thank the Most High for this church. I mean, they sent me Christ Krispies. I mean, look what we have here. Hold on, sister.
Okay.
I got stuff over here. And just hearing you were baptized. I mean, look, this is a Hebrew child by Zakar Zapah. Look at this stuff that they're doing in the name of the Most High. Little reading books with real life stories of Hebrew children with Christ's name in it. Look at this stuff. Published books. You think I seen any of this just teaching the word of the Most High? There's puzzles in here. I mean, color me in. A little boy with a Mitri with a little princess next to her. I mean, who would have known any of this? I mean, it's just overwhelming. The miracle, the prophecy this church has become. It's deeper. It's an extended family. It's a family. It's not just a church. It's Christ's body. And it's like, I'm just seeing the unique gifts within every person in this church. And now I understand more so than ever what it means when Christ stated, the kingdom cometh not by observation. It's within you. It was in us the whole time. Every unique spirit. We're all a part of Christ's body with a unique gift that will do what? That will have us sustained through this trouble. Elder Ricard ain't going to be able to do it by himself. Everyone is going to have their own gift that's going to come to the forefront to protect us in due time. And that's what that's what I noticed in that gathering, not just here in Pittsburgh, in California. You got brothers calling us from Africa. Sisters just calling up saying she been going through all types of spiritual attacks and are now baptized in this church, who also have gifts to bring to this work. Let me tell you, this work is well beyond Elder Ricard and the Gathering of Christ Church. This is a working that Christ is doing within his body. And I'm just thanking the Most High that the Most High can use us, humbly use us to facilitate so that we can actually be here to be used as vessels to bring forth this kingdom. Sister, you got the last word.
All right. I just want to say two things, and it'll be very brief.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
So make it within 1 minute, sister, because I took your time, so I'll give you 1 minute. Flow.
Okay. So where I ended at was me being incarcerated, but then that's when my relationship got more close with the Most High. And would you believe it if I told you this, that one morning I was just laying in my bed in my cell, and I heard two angels having a conversation in a heavenly language, but I didn't know what they were saying.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just didn't think you would believe me, but I did. I heard.
Well, there's
two
nothing. Hey,
angels.
sister, listen. It tells us in the Bible when it comes to speaking in tongues, right? When it comes to tongues, it tells you that unless you understand the language, or if unless there's an interpreter, and I understand you're going through things, and for the first time, you're able to express them publicly. But it tell you in the church that those things have to be kept separately unless there's an interpreter. Like there's a lot of spiritual phenomenon things that we've all gone through. But there's things for everyone else, and there's things that's private between me and the Most High. And I think I spoke to you about that before when I said there's a reason when Christ was dealing with his temptation for 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness, that the Most High moved them away from the regular population. Because the world would have thought he was crazy sitting there speaking to a spirit that no one else could see.
Okay.
You got it? No, I'm just saying
got it.
we have to know how to interact, when to be in season and out of season. When it comes to spiritual things like that, these are only to yourself with private conversations, because the world isn't ready to receive something that's not verified unless it be before 2 or more witnesses. You got it?
Okay, Elder.
I'm just letting you know, because we all have gifts, but we have to know when to operate in season or out of season. When is it due time to say what I need to say? Whether it's right or wrong has nothing to do with it. Whether it's more so whether or not it's in season or not in season, right? So if you heard two spirits operating or speaking, that was between you and the Most High. But unless there was an interpreter there, you're supposed to keep things like that private.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for that wisdom.
Oh yeah.
And
because I'm gonna tell you, sis,
up.
you're not the only one who have dealt with spiritual interactions, right? Okay. So, but it's my position to edify when people are listening.
Okay.
Listen, my spiritual things that I've gone through and all that. The reason why I don't even talk about that, because our people will look at us differently, right? They will, because it's now, that's why people try to say I'm prophets, I'm this, I'm that. The Most High is dealing with all of us spiritually, but it's upon the church to do what, sister? To edify. Unless everyone can understand why that interaction took place with witnesses, to be able to interpret those languages, it's to be kept between the individual, because that's when the Most High is speaking to you alone. I'm not correcting you. I'm showing you how to operate in the spirit, privately opposed to publicly. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is the second thing. There's one last thing, Elder.
No, sister, I'm already past the time, sister. I'm sorry. So you got to either call me privately.
I was going to ask to pray for my husband because he had a stroke. That's all.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. What's your husband's name?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
His name is Ardell Holmes. Ardell Holmes. He had a mild stroke.
I'm sorry to hear about that. Well, make sure we say a prayer for him, okay, sister?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sister. And
Shalom.
Shalom. And while you're there, let me read the scripture I'm talking about, because I believe the Christian church should outright teach what I'm talking about right now, because Paul spoke about it in the epistles, right? He spoke about that, speaking in tongues and all of these things. It was spoken of in the epistles, and how to operate, how to interact when that is going on. It tell you that in 1 Corinthians 14. Let me get it real quick. And I you know what? I'm going to touch on that in the academy too, because this speaking in tongues thing and these languages is a big thing.
Yeah.
And a lot of Christians out there, they don't really know the significance of Babylonian and Roman channeling.
Yeah.
Where it's not just good spirits coming through. Any spirit can come through.
Yeah.
Because you're opening up a channel or a frequency. So the Bible teaches us in 1 Corinthians 14 and 4, it says, he that speaketh in an unknown tongue edifieth himself. But he that prophesieth edifieth the church. So an individual spiritual experience is separate from a church experience. 5, I would that all spake with tongues. That means Paul says, I wish that we all understood languages, but rather that you prophesied. For greater is he that prophesieth than he that speaketh with tongues. Except he interpret, that the church may receive edifying.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is, how do we know whether or not what was being spoken was from the Almighty? Because there's evil spirits down here too, including Satan, who appears as an angel of light. So our people open up all types of avenues and windows, and sometimes it's not just us. Sometimes there's people around us that are praying demons and spirits that are walking in and engaging in the communities that are in our homes that we think is really a righteous experience, but really poltergeist.
Yeah, Elder.
Yeah.
I say something
right? So I'm just
Elder.
saying, I'm just putting it out there because a lot of brothers and sisters don't realize that we be diving into things, but without edifying, you must discern if it was sent from heaven or the devil is chilling up next to you. And that's why Paul said, well, no, you're not bringing no new tongues that no one understands and babbling up in this church, unless somebody in here understand what you're talking about. If no one know this language, you got to edify alone. And if it is spiritual, if it's not for the church to understand, it's spiritual for you. It's what the Most High want you to understand. It's nothing that should be shared with others. I believe the Christian church should be teaching this outright so that people come to church to be edified and not become individual spiritual zealots by thinking that they have a special gift through speaking a language that no one understands.
Yeah.
But I digress. Go ahead, Elder Gabar.
If I could be quick, I believe, Elder, you should add that lesson in speaking in tongues.
Yeah.
In the academy, because you got to remember all these names, Crypto Dollar, all the super churches, mega churches, whatever you want to call them today, all the main, all the names of these pastors, today.
Yeah,
they all speak in tongues.
Exactly.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
I'm listening to you. I had to get rid of the. Thank you for your Blog Talk listeners. The elders and I are going to digress to show the broadcast tonight. But come on, say that again, Elder. I'm sorry about that.
And that's okay. Because I think that itself would begin to, if we could break that, or if we do a lesson that goes viral.
Yeah.
In regards to speaking in tongues, that it will go through their table. It will go through their table. Hey, Pastor, Preferred Dollar. Hey, Pat, these major churches, pastors. We know them, but the Teddy Perry crowd, right?
Yeah.
And that becomes a situation that they're gonna have to say, okay, why is it if in the Bible speaking in tongues? Paul talks about that if you're speaking in an unknown tongue, you should have an interpreter. Why we don't have an interpreter at this church? And that's going to open the floodgates, I think, on conversation about if the Holy Spirit supposed to give multiple gifts to the church, why only gives one in an unknown tongue? Why is there nobody also the same Holy Spirit gives the ability to also interpret? That I think we have to have a conversation. I think we should invite pastors and have this conversation. I'm just curious.
Well, you know what, Elder, we're going to do that. We have the church, and like I said, I'm going to set up a little studio area, sort of like what you see with the interviews that Jesse Lee Peterson does. Since we have our own building, and we'll set up dialogues where it's not, fighting or debating. It's reasoning within the exegesis of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is this thing you're doing by coaxing people into believing they're less spiritual if they're not speaking in tongues?
Right.
And how is it that the person who's speaking in tongues don't know what they're saying?
Right. and Elder, in that discussion, and I got to show you some documentation.
Yeah.
To show, first of all, you know where I'm going by the questions I'm putting on the table.
Yeah.
The God of the Hebrews speaks to his people in the language of the Hebrews.
Yes.
So if you're speaking to the God of the Hebrews, you should be praying or speaking in tongue in the language that the Hebrew God speaks. Because remember when they divided the tongues.
Yeah, they did it, and the tongue stayed through Eber to Peleg.
Exactly.
So it should be one of those languages, and if the Most High is speaking to you, it should be in the ancient.
Exactly.
And if that's the case, someone who understands the ancient, like lawyer who teaches it, should be able to go into one of these churches and interpret what they're saying.
And we're worshiping the God of the Hebrews.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. And listen, and it's important. It's important that Paul. It's important. Paul says that we must edify.
Exactly.
Because why? If God is speaking to you, shouldn't everyone understand what he's saying? He could be saying, "Well, listen."
Yeah, that's selfish, right?
Listen. Dylan Ruth is going to be here in 3 minutes. Dylan Ruth cousin will be here in 5 minutes, and y'all better cut loose up out of this church.
Right.
So God could be warning us of some whack job about to come into the church and do the Dylan Ruth business. So if there's an interpreter there saying, "Well, okay,"
that would help.
Yeah. So usually if God is speaking, he could be warning us from pearls or some type of event that might affect everyone in the church. So why is it that God is speaking to you and no one knows what he's saying? So it's time for us to you know what, Elder Lawyer, we're going to put some stuff together. When we break down Christianity, we're going to go into the tongues first this coming Sunday.
We got to destroy it, Elder. You know what? You know what? Elder,
this
you know
Sunday.
Why we have to destroy that doctrine? Because I have spoken to brothers and sisters in the church of the God Christ Church. They have had questions about that doctrine because they do believe that the Holy Spirit could still be in these churches with the holy tongue and speaking in tongues. And I had to.
Okay.
I don't want to leave any names. We discussed it.
Okay. All right.
But it's a powerful spirit that we have to destroy.
Hey, you know what? This coming Sunday, Hebrew and Bible Academy, destroying Christian, because we're in the week of Passover anyway. Destroying all of Christian deception, starting with speaking of tongues. The first time we taught it in detail in this academy will be the first time in full detail. I've broken it down in the streets, in the classes, but for the first time this Sunday, we're going to break down the full understanding with precepts concerning speaking in tongues this coming Sunday. That's right. Hebrew and Bible Academy. Go to historytimes.org. If you enroll, don't worry about it. We'll give you all the ones you missed, but you don't want to miss what we'll be talking about this Sunday. On top of that, we're going to tell you what's really going on with this, what they call a war, ? That and more this coming Sunday. Elders have been great. I'm glad you were able to hang out with me tonight. The Passover was absolutely off the charts. And I'm going to tell you, we even had for the first time, I'm going to show y'all something. Oh, yeah, we had Elder Gabar cutting rug. He was cutting, my father used to say he was cutting the rug up in there. Oh, shucks now. Oh, look at Elder Gabar cutting rug. Oh, look, he hurt the game right there. Hey man, man, I didn't know you had moves like that, man. You hurt the game. He's hurting the game. Oh. What a Passover. What a Passover. And you know what? We're taking that spirit that came directly from heaven, and we're going to move this gospel throughout the four corners of the earth. That's all I have to say. I'll see you all this coming Friday with our Patreon. You know, we have something good for that. And we're going to keep it within the framework of this week, Passover week. So I don't know what I'm going to come up with for Patreon, but we'll be there. It's going to be nice, whatever it is. It could be phone calls or whatever the case is. Elders, if y'all want to join me Friday for Patreon, let's just talk it out. Let's have conversation. I'm sure our dinner tomorrow will actually stimulate some type of discussion that will parlay into Friday. So anything y'all need to say before we're out, Elders?
A great show like always, Elder.
All right. Anything, Elder Lawyer?
No, sir.
All right. Y'all know what time it is. The Most High is calling back Israel. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Zion.
Shalom. Good night.
Shalom.
Oh, yeah. Shalom, brothers and sisters, and good night.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear.